Hi.
Ja, Michael Becker, hallo.
Hallo.
Hi.
Wir sind gleich soweit.
Alles klar. Ich versuche gerade noch über meinen Mac reinzukommen, parallel, aber irgendwie übers iPhone ist es zumindest schon mal soweit okay.
Okay, perfekt. Also hier ist auch noch ein Account von Ihnen schon drin, ne? Also der Michael Becker einfach nur heißt.
Ja, genau, dann bin ich, das versucht über meinen Mac irgendwie, aber ich weiß nicht warum, aber gerade, ja, irgendwas, genau. Kein Problem, kriegen wir irgendwie hin.
Okay, perfekt. Sonst mit Ton ist ja auch schon mal gut.
Jetzt bin ich der Erste.
Hallöchen, bist du nicht?
Hallo.
Hallo.
Hallo zusammen.
Hallo.
Hallo zusammen.
Hallo.
Juryraum fürs Briefing. Sie müssten da jetzt schon Zugang dazu haben.
Hallo?
Sebastian, hallo.
Okay, we're unmuted now. Wonderful. Good afternoon, good evening, almost everybody. Welcome to the midterm for Grow 2020. Very exciting evening ahead of all of us. We're just going to wait a few more minutes until about 5:05 Central European time before we get things started. The jury is still having a briefing right now in one of the break-off sessions, getting ready for tonight, and we're also waiting for a couple more participants before we get things going. But in the meantime, feel free to, I don't know, still time enough to maybe run off to the bathroom real quick, get yourself a cup of water, maybe put some glue wine on the stove, get ready for tonight, because it is an exciting evening, an exciting night with many unbelievably exciting pitches. I've seen some of what we have in store for tonight, and quite frankly, I am very excited. That might be related also to the 2 or 3 cans of Red Bull I've had in the last half hour, but yeah, the shout outs keep coming. But it's generally really cool. I've got the list again back here on the iPad, and there's plenty of cool things coming, including a keynote speech later on by one of the writers of the 10x DNA German book, but nonetheless tremendously exciting, about, well, the future, frankly, of not only technology, but the future of what startups are going to look like, and what it also takes for a country to be successful in those next couple of years that we're going to have coming up, which are so, frankly, shaped by the change that we see every day in terms of technology and also just the general way of life that we are living. That's coming up, and obviously one more exciting thing tonight. We will, one of you lucky people, unfortunately we don't have goodie bags tonight, and we won't have a pizza competition going on tonight, but we're going to have a pub quiz by the end of our session, or if we are quick on the pitches, it might also come in somewhere in between. But lucky winner of that pub quiz, it's actually really fun questions that Tony came up with. We did the quiz earlier. The winner of that is going to win a 1-year subscription to the Blinkist app, which is it 1 year? Yeah, it is 1 year. So a 1-year subscription to Blinkist app, which is an app that allows you to, just get smart, right? Like, I love listening to audiobooks. I'm not really good at reading books, and some of you might feel similar. I can read a book like half a page and I'm going to fall asleep within seconds. But the Blinkist app really helps you to get sorted with that. Now, in the meantime, let's have a look at how the participant numbers are looking. We're at 73 right now on the call, 74, getting more by the second. And then we'll actually, tonight we're also streaming to YouTube, so we might have some viewers or listeners there. It's really nice to see all you guys' webcams as well, to see we're not alone here tonight casting our video onto the screens of, well, the world, quite frankly, seeing how Grow this year is so international. All right, I'm just going to have a look behind the scenes how we are looking tonight. Yeah, going to take another 2 minutes. I think the jury is still out there getting ready, thinking about their criteria for how they're going to judge everybody tonight, and how things will go down. The pitches are actually going to be one of the parts that we're going to be talking about first tonight. And we're gonna. Are we good? All right, so we're good on that front. Now the tech front is still looking a little bit thoughtful. Just gonna give them 1 more second. In the meantime, I'm gonna have 1 more sip of that Red Bull, and I'll be right back with you in just half a second. Yes. All right. Now, with that, let's make this now the official welcome to the Grow midterm. We've already made it through the kickoff. Now we're about halfway through, and we have, as I mentioned earlier, an exciting night ahead of us. Now, once again, my name is Alex, and I'm going to be your host tonight for this event. I'm going to guide you through the evening, and this is actually, this is my name and my job description for tonight. I'll guide you through the evening, and I hope we're going to have a lot of fun, as much as last time. Last event took, I don't know, almost 4 hours, but it felt so short and went by so quickly. We do very much hope, and we're confident that tonight won't be quite as long, but at least as exciting as the kickoff was. Now, let's very briefly, actually, in terms of one thing I got to mention, everybody's here on the Zoom call can see it, but we're actually live streaming to YouTube. So just to open this up to a bit of a wider audience and to let the world see all of the exciting pictures we're streaming to YouTube tonight. If anybody's not happy with that, who is on a Zoom call, well, this is the time for you to then leave that call, unfortunately. However, with that being said, let's look at, again, where we are in the context. Chris, if you can throw up the slide that we have here. Last time we had Elena present this rough structure of the competition, right? We had the kickoff in November. Workshops have already taken place. Speed dating has taken place. Mentoring has taken place. And we're now here at the midterm, where we're seeing, how have things been going for all the startups? Where are we at? What do our pitches look like at the moment? And, well, what's the progress really been like in all those exciting projects that we got to first get a glimpse of during the kickoff? Now, with that being said, and after the midterm, after tonight, we're going to be moving on towards the final. So the most important thing tonight is that only 10 of the startups that are competing tonight will make it through to the final. And that's why we have the jury here tonight with us. Onto that more a little bit in a second, though. Now, let's have, again, a look at the detailed agenda for what's coming up tonight. Yeah, opening and introduction of judges. That's what we're doing right now. We're going to do a little funny introduction in just a second. And we're going to look at who the judges for tonight actually are. They should all be in the call already right now and ready to go. Now, then after it's at 20 past roughly, we're going to move into the pitches directly. The pitches, we have them split into 2 parts and into sections to make it feel less long. So after the first 20 pitches, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to do the second half of the pitches. We have a total of 39 pitches tonight. Then after the pitches, whilst the jury is going to be off in the breakout room deciding who the winners actually are, we're going to have a keynote speech by the one and only Markus Schorn, co-author of the 10x DNA that he wrote with Frank Thelen. Incredibly exciting book, and I cannot wait to hear more about that later tonight. You'll actually also be able to ask them questions. Then we're going to get the finalists announced once the jury has made up their minds. And we're also going to do, as I mentioned before, in the pre-show, I'm going to call it a pub quiz, where you're going to have the opportunity to win a 1-year subscription to the Blinkist app, which allows you to just get that little bit smarter and get the edge on your competitors. So with that being said, let's talk quickly about the rules we have in place tonight. As everybody can see, we have, actually the sponsors. Let's look at the sponsors. Let's not forget about our sponsors. Really important. They're supporting us. They're making this possible, what we're doing. They're also making, obviously, the prize money possible that you guys are all competing for. We have Grenke, we have Allianz, we have the KIT, and we have Zeiss. Tonight, actually not filming with the Zeiss lens. We did that last time, though. Then we also have the workshop partners, who should be on the next slide coming up. We have Entechnon, Red Bull, been drinking that quite a lot. Flugern Partner, First Momentum, Korbach, they've also been keeping us quite awake, actually. Quarta Vista, SAP, Regionalweg AG, Freiburg, and obviously the Pionier Garage, who's making all of this possible and organizing it. All right, now with that being said, let's look at the rules we have in place for tonight. There's not much going on. We don't have a Miro board tonight, as we did last time at the kickoff. But because this is a Zoom call with almost 100 people in it right now, let's make sure to all stay muted. So to just keep things nice and orderly until I ask you to speak. If we all adhere by those fundamental basic rules, I think we'll all be great for tonight. I think that's the basics. I think we can get going. All right. So again, last time what we did is just to get to know each other a little bit more. We had a Slido questions going in to see where you guys are, who you guys are, where you guys are from. Now tonight we've progressed a little bit in our relationship altogether. So what we can do now is get a bit more personal, and that is why we're going to transition over to Slido now. Actually, where's our polls list? All right. So what you guys, I'd like you guys to do is you go on over to slido.com. Just open some sort of browser tab, get your phone out, get your iPad out, or just open a new tab in your browser and head on over to slido.com and enter the code midterm. You can also see on screen just below me, slido.com, and you enter the code midterm. And that is where we can all just get to know each other a little bit more. So the first question for you guys tonight is, what's your plan for the holidays? See the family, work and grow. Let's see how eager you guys are all to work and grow. My plan for sure is to clear some glue wine. I can't deny, despite the Christmas markets being closed, I'm quite eager to enjoy that a little bit more. And in fact, I've just tried making myself some glue wine the other day, and that's been actually quite surprisingly delicious. Anyway, all right, so it's not actually about the presents. Look, we've moved beyond the materialistic world. And I think our first category with sustainability startups is going to reflect that in a bit as well. And working on growth, I think that's the right spirit. Good job, guys. We had 48 people voting, 49. Actually, everybody can participate in this poll. So even if you are on YouTube, you can still go to slido.com and enter the code midterm to join us in here. We're doing just this as a warm-up. We're going to use Slido later to also collect some questions of yours. Yeah, this is just a little bit of a warm-up. All right. So working on growth seems to be the most important thing. Now, actually, let's head on over to the next question. And this is actually something that we're quite curious about. So what did you love most about growth so far? And we're quite curious about this because we're trying to make this an extraordinary experience for all of you guys. The team has been working so hard, everybody, even though they cannot all be here tonight because of the COVID restrictions we have in place at the moment. We're just curious to see what you guys come up with here. Oh, you have to stop it. Oh, Jesus, that's so funny though. Mentoring. I cannot be larger than the mentors. Slido, networking is good. I love how we managed to sexy host. You're killing me. Yeah, so the networking, I'm surprised we managed to get that across despite COVID and despite everything being virtual and remote. So we have 43 votes. Everything, the workshops, progress, motivation, the encouraging atmosphere, goodie bags, funny guy speaks. I guess I'm going to take that as a compliment. All right, now I just realized normally when you ask for feedback, you don't just ask about what people loved, even though this is quite flattering. We should also ask about what, if there's anything you have negative feedback or constructive criticisms about, we always love to hear that, obviously. And you can also share that during using the Q&A feature here in Slido. All right. So with that flattery out of the way, let's head on over to our last introductory question. That is, what are you most looking forward to tonight? I mentioned it before. Tonight we have the pitches, the keynote speech, the pub quiz, and the glue one is optional. That's going to be on your end at home. We don't have any here, unfortunately. We try to stay sober and not make this like one of those COVID parties. But I'm quite curious what you guys have in store. And I would actually love to see some of you guys holding your cups in the air if you have any glue wine prepared for tonight, because sometimes a little sip of alcohol can make the tongue that little bit looser, especially when you're talking in a foreign language. Pitches, yeah. All right. It looks like everybody's incredibly eager to get into the pitches, and I think, what do you guys think? We should not wait any longer before we get into those. So let's actually get serious about those pitches. Now that we know a little bit more about each other and what's coming up and where we are, let's talk about the pitches. And we cannot talk about the pitches without talking about the jury. The jury are the people now who will tonight, and obviously also during the final, who will be judging your pitches. And we have 6 incredibly successful and insightful and remarkable people here tonight who will with us look at all those pitches. And we're going to get quick introductions from all of them in just a second, actually. So what we're going to do is I'm going to introduce whoever it is, and then that jury member is going to introduce themselves by sharing with us what it is they do, who they are, and what they especially look for in the pitches tonight. And thirdly, what they would love to have as a superpower. So those things in mind. Sebastian Böhmer, would you mind unmuting yourself and introducing yourself as the first jury member tonight? Sebastian, can you hear us? Are you with us? All right, seeing that there seems to be some issues, let's continue with Gerda Frank. Gerda, are you here and ready to?
Yes, yes. I'm unmuted and I'm here. I'm Gerda. Who I am the CFO of a startup from Karlsruhe at the moment. Ineratech, they build refuels. They produce refuels. I started to be CFO some months ago. At the moment, we are at the beginning of a Series A. It's an exciting time. And in my former life, I was a banker, investment banker. Quite some of you know me. I was head of CEE, and I was head of the accelerator. I know Restis, the Entegnon, quite well, and CEO of a medium-sized company in Karlsruhe, but always very connected to the student founder scene. Where I will look at the business model. I think this is something really, really important. How do you earn money and what's your business model that I'm really interested in? And my superpower I would like to have. I would really like to have the superpower to print money for the startups who need the money, but the money should disappear if they make nonsense with that money. It should just disappear. But there are quite a lot of startups that would be worth to be financed, and it's really not simple. So I would like to have that superpower. That's it.
Okay.
So maybe I'll go next, since the unmuting now is granted. So my pleasure to be here with you tonight, and I'm Sebastian, and one of our co-founders and managing director of First Momentum Ventures. We are a pre-seed and early seed venture capital firm based in Karlsruhe, and with roots at the KIT and also in the Pionier Garage. And we are focusing with our investments in B2B and tech early stage startups. So that's quite a match. And I'm really looking forward to see the pitches of the upcoming entrepreneurs tonight. I really care about customer validation and customer centricity, as I think it's really essential to figure that out if you're trying to build your own company. And that is what I really care about, since it provides a good indication whether a startup can achieve problem solution fit, so to say, very early on. And really, in terms of my superpower, I would like to have. I really like flying, so wouldn't that be nice if you can fly without an airplane? So that would be really a cool thing to do.
I absolutely love that. Actually, I was skydiving the other day, and I was flying down without a plane, and that was terrifying. Anyway, still amazing superpower to have. Katharina, do you want to continue?
I would love to, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes, beautifully.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm Katharina, and I guess I'm mostly a lucky girl because I get to be a founder of a company. It's called Epic AI. So about 3 years ago, I was thinking about joining Grow myself. I was talking to Holger Kujat, and he told me, yeah, you should join with your idea. And I had an idea that was just at the very beginning, just like you are. And I see Jonas smiling because he knew me back then. Yeah. And so I know what it's like to be in your shoes. And 3 years later, now we're a bigger company of like 10 people. We're still called Epic AI, and we're trying to use technology to learn more about the perishing of insects. So we're using AI to save bees. That's basically the background concept. And what I'm looking for today is persuasiveness and resourcefulness, as well as your drive. Having been in your shoes myself, I learned that a business model and also your customers, they're going to change. Like what Gerda and Sebastian said is absolutely true, but I learned myself that your customers may change as when you learn more about them, your business model may change a couple of times. So that happens. What I think is important is that you continue to do what you want to do, and that for the beginning you just need a drive and to be sure you want to do it. And I want you to convince me that you do, and that's how you will get my vote tonight. So the last thing, my superpower, for one, I mean, curing COVID would be pretty epic, I guess. So that would be cool. But as I'm not able to do that, I would definitely love to be able to like stop time, because I love to do like a lot of things at the same time, but I also love sleeping, and both don't really seem to match when you're also founder. So it'd be awesome to just like have a break every once in a while and just sleep for like 24 hours straight.
Nice.
So,
I mean, stopping time is something I'm sure a lot of founders tonight would love to be able to do as well during their pitches, but that won't be possible, unfortunately, for them either. All right, so thank you, Karina. Let's head on to the second, three trio of judges tonight. Two Michaels and one Orestes. Michael Becker, do you want to start? Michael?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, beautifully. You were there just now?
Oops. Now, okay. Now it works. Hi, my name is Michael Becker. I'm a director of insurance company in Karlsruhe. I have about 20 employees. I was director for the Allianz Insurance also a couple of years ago, and we're working together with the Allianz quite well. So we have a big company at our side. So together with Allianz, we are today your sponsor. Last year, I was also a member of the jury, and I'm really looking forward to the this year contest. So I'm really looking forward to the teams. What am I looking at? I'm really looking at the market fit to your startups, and how can you earn money, and also what is the progress of your business model like, and what's going on within the next weeks. And it's really interesting to see the progress also, what you have done between the last time and now, and probably for the next weeks. What is my superpower? Yeah, that's very tricky. I would like to have a magic hat. I think that would be great, to be invisible and to look in your teams and to look what you're doing and what is the progress in your teams from the startup. That would be very nice, and that would be good to have a magic hat. So thank you. I'm really looking forward for tonight.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks a lot. All right. Now, next Michael is Michael Kimmich. I hear he's already here, even though he had a meeting just before this. Michael.
Back again.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Michael. I'm managing director of Grenke Digital, and yeah, responsible for the business development. My job is rather looking out for new business models, and that's why I'm so interested in the Grow Award, because what I like to see from you is having really new ideas from the very beginning, and then let's say, how do you develop that to measure also the progress? And what I especially like is also the quality of a pitch. And therefore, yeah, I would take a closer look at the pitch. And I was asked also to give some insights on which kind of superpower I want to have. Actually, you all know the Flash, and I want to have that superpower of having the speed, because then I wouldn't lose time on the road or to go to somebody. Just using the time together with the people, more effective, not wasting time on the road or somewhere else. So my superpower would be the speed of Flash.
Thank you very much, Michael. On a side note, also, Grenk is also a company who powered our last week's event's photo contest. So we did like the funny pictures with the center shocks. If some of you guys remember, that was quite funny, especially looking at it back after on YouTube. Anyway, Orestes Tzatsidis, do you want to go last and introduce yourself? Orestes?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my mic was on. So great to be with you. Can you hear me now, Alex?
Positive.
Yeah, great. So it's great being with you this evening. I'm the professor for entrepreneurship and technology management at the KIT. And for me, it's always great being with you guys in this wonderful contest. So what is it that I pay attention to? I recently learned a concept which is from Japan, from Okinawa, these islands in the south of Japan, and it's called Ikigai. I don't know if you've ever heard about it. It says that you should do something that is in line with who you are. So what do you stand for? With what you can do, what your competences are, what the world needs, and where you can earn your money with. And I think this would be convincing to me. If you have teams that really fulfill this kind of sweet spot where these four things come together. And I think you're in a generation that has a lot of challenges in front of them. And I would love to see things that really respond to these challenges. Now, what's my superpower that I would like to have? Alex, I think I would love to speak English with a British accent like you. I don't know where you learned that, but it's wonderful. And it's great to have somebody to speak like that. And maybe as a second one, to be as energetic as you are, even without Red Bull. So.
The Red Bull thing, I don't know how that's possible. For the English, I've just been too addicted to watching Top Gear the last couple of years, and I don't know, I think it's just colored off. Anyway, all right, let's go on though. Thank you guys for all the beautiful introductions. And we are running a bit behind schedule already, so I'm going to keep it swift throughout those next two slides coming up. Just again, what will be judged? Again, this is growth, so it's all about the progress you guys make. It's not necessarily about having a finished product from the beginning. It's all about the progress you make, implementation, business model. And you also heard, obviously, all the interesting aspects that our jury members already pointed out just now. So moving on, we also have some more details on how those pitches are going to work on the next slide. So you guys only have 90 seconds. It's just because we have so many people still on board with the competition, we had to limit you guys to 90-second elevator pitch. And unfortunately, you cannot stop the time in between. So it's a hard 90-second limit. You guys know from the kickoff that the presentation, from the kickoff that I do cut you off, and I will do so. Tony asked me strongly tonight that I will cut you off at 90 seconds sharp, and I'm not even allowed to let you finish your sentences anymore. So be sure to be on point there. We're going to have the timer back though, just like last time. So you have some sort of orientation. Now, the main questions for tonight, obviously, what problem are you guys solving with your startup, and what progress have you made so far? We're looking forward to having those questions answered, and then it is obviously possible for the jury members to ask 1 or 2 questions max after your pitches. So be prepared and spontaneous to reply to all those requests which may come up. All right, I think that's been all the most important things. What we're going to do now is as last time, I'm going to call on all the groups coming up. We're going to have the first 20 pitches coming up right now, followed by a quick 10-minute break, and then followed by the next 20 pitches. We do have the pitches grouped into categories this time. So we have a first group on sustainability. The second group is going to be on education. Third is on consumer goods. Fourth on services. Fifth on health and fitness. Then we're going to have engineering and big data, and then we're going to have platforms and apps as the last section. We're going to start though with sustainability. Now, once I call upon you guys as a startup, you can unmute yourselves and share your screen with whatever presentation you guys might have. It's the same procedure as last time. So should, I hope, run rather smoothly. Now, with that being said, are we all good to go? Chris, yeah, looking good? Excellent. So, sustainability, I hope you guys all have the pitch list. So just so you guys are always ready to go when it's your time to go. In case you don't have it handy right now, it has been sent to you in the last email. So feel free to check back with that just in case you're not sure when your turn is coming up. Anyway, we are now going to start as first pitch with Fish and Bricks. You guys, are you ready to pitch? If you are, unmute yourselves and share your screen.
Yes, hello, I'm here from Fish and Bricks, and I'm gonna share my screen. 1 second. Can you see it, everyone?
Yes.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
All right, can I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, good evening from Team Fish and Bricks. My name is Sophie. Our project attached to the activities of the Nactus Foundation fights probably the most urgent problem of our generation, environmental pollution. Specifically, we want to reduce the pollution in the world's oceans, but unlike many of our fellow activists, we want to do it in a project that is self-financing. You ask yourself how this is supposed to work? So here out our plan. We take plastic from fishermen as well as from heavily polluted beaches in Indonesia and recycle it into bricks that can be used to build huts or houses. Win-win, you might say. But what exactly has happened in the last weeks since the beginning of Grow? One could easily argue everything. Because the project, which has now been alive for over 2 years, has undergone a massive pivot through extensive market analysis and expert discussions. Now we will produce and sell our products in Germany. We address an environmentally conscious market group. We're no longer focusing on house building only, and we obtain our plastic directly from the disposal systems. Because even in Germany, with a recycling rate of only 12%, and a lot of plastic that makes it into the ocean, still leaves a lot of room for improvement. Yeah, that's our project. Thank you for listening.
Perfect. Thank you, Sophie, for being so beautifully on time. Are there any questions from the jury? This seems to not...
Yes, I lifted my hand. Okay. Thank you, Sophie. So you said you learned a lot during Grow. What made you pivot, or which kind of insights made you change what you already did for 2 years in a new way?
Well, actually, my team and I, we have been with Fish and Bricks only for, I think, roughly about a month and a bit now, as a team project from our university. And so we haven't been all together with them for 2 years, but what we've learned in that time is we've went more deeply into like the customer analysis and the product itself. And it's still, like, many things are still in process, and it's the communication between Germany and Indonesia has been a little tough, especially these days. And for right now, in this moment, we came to the conclusion that it would be best to start selling and focusing on the products in Germany, and maybe one day continue with the idea to put it into Indonesia as well. But for right now, this is the best solution that is going to take us the furthest.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that was a beautiful answer. With that, I'd like to ask you actually to stop sharing your screen so we can move on to the next starter, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. Now, next startup is going to be Joey Bag.
Yeah, we're here. We're here and we're sharing our screen now. Can you see it?
Yes, that was smooth. Good transition. All right.
Perfect.
It's just white now, though. Is that all right?
That's all right.
Okay, good. Blank canvas. Right, you're good to go.
Yeah. Jakob, do you have a tempo? Yeah, sure. Here you go. Thanks. Well, that's the right keyword, having a tempo. Everybody knows it and everybody calls it. And so this is our mission too. We are up for developing a new sustainable standard for shopping bags. The best is everybody already knows how deposit system works. And what thrills us is that the partner we have at Hochschule Karlsruhe, MEBA, the sharing economy infrastructure is right there at hand. So what has been happening at Joey Bag? The first things first. we have already delivering value to real customers. And we have a growing business right now. We won Edeka Lukasovic for our first MVP, and we developed marketing material and ordered the first 300 bags to start the MVP there. In the last 2 weeks, we have sold 120 bags. We conducted over 100 interviews, we gained 23 newsletter subscribers, and we have 200 new followers. So we reached 5 new stores as new partners, and 2 of them passively via viral effects. Currently, we sell in 3 stores, and 6 more are coming up next year. And also a cooperation with the city Karlsruhe is coming up. So, and this adds to our goal, make Joeybag viral in 1 city. So we proved the problem solution fit and the feasibility and desirability of the system. Now we're working to build up the brand and add new partners. Current revenue this year will be about 800 euros. And
Great. I'm sorry, I have to cut you off, and I will be that harsh. Thank you for the beautiful Christmas wishes. But with that, I'd like to ask you to stop sharing your screen, and I'd like to ask the judges whether they have any questions. Michael Kimmich.
I see the impressive scaling figures of your commercials. You start 800 euro to 100,000. How you deal with that? What is your pricing? How is the measurement behind?
Yes. So our bag sells at a rent fee, 70 cents, and a deposit, 3 euros. And so the revenue is coming from that side. We have 20 markets, and we have a monthly sales of 250 bags approximately. And so the next 6 months with those bags, we will come to this sales figure.
Okay, thank you. Beautiful. I don't see any further raised hands on the jury side. Therefore, just a thumbs up from Michael. Beautiful. So with that, we're going to go on to the next startup, which is Preheater, if I read that correctly.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'll
just start sharing my screen. 1 second.
Yep. All right. Are we good on the timer, Chris? All right. No problem at all. All right. Good. Well, we're ready whenever you are.
Do you see my screen? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, then, yeah, I'm ready.
All right, then go.
Okay, the preheater, it saves money and it saves the environment. The preheater addresses the following problems. Problems we have with warm water production in Germany and nearly every country. We waste a lot of energy, we waste a lot of money, and we pollute the environment more than necessary because we let warm water go in the sewer without reusing that energy. So here comes the preheater, which takes the energy from the hot drain water and uses this to preheat the cold water incoming. It solves the problems through reducing the energy which we need to produce the same amount of hot water. It saves cash every month and it increases the efficiency. So what have we done during Grow? We have done the installation of the prototype. We refined the business model. We contacted a European manufacturer. We refined and contacted a target customer. And we got some clarity about the legal regulations here in Germany. And we made a financial plan for starting up. So here you can see our prototype, which is already installed. Just the fresh water connection has to be made, but we already connected the drain water and sewage pipes. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. You were well within the time frame, even though you didn't see a timer on screen. We did have a little bit of a technical issue on a second, but we had a manual timer running in the background. If you don't mind, stop sharing your screen, please, so I can see the hand of yours. Jury, are there any questions? Oh, there's 3 questions. There's 4. Let's go with Sebastian, maybe this time first.
Thanks. I'm actually interested in what your next steps are towards a go-to-market.
Yeah, the next steps are I need to get the cost from the testing center in Germany, because I already got the cost for the licensing, and then I'm gonna contact my manufacturer because he already sells products in his country, and then I'm gonna send him a plan of how many products I want from him, and then I'll get a license in Germany if I pay the licensing, the legal licensing needed to sell those in Germany. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's one more raised hand by. Do you remember? No, it's gone now. All right. The answers seem to have cleared up everything. Beautiful. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to move on to startup number 4, which is going to be Rethink. Oh, that was. Oh, you guys are quick. All right. I cannot hear you guys yet, though. Did you say something? Earth to Rethink?
Yes, we are here.
Hi, welcome. All right, you're good to go.
3rd of July means light out for single-use plastic. And Svenja Schulze is discussing a mandatory reusable system for the hospitality industry. The hospitality industry is forced to find an alternative, and we have a plastic-free solution for that. A reusable system with coffee cups, made out of glass. To make us stand out, we want to extend the solution with an app. What if being sustainable would be fun? What if we could help people integrate sustainability in their daily life? When I applied for Grow, it was just me and my idea. Now, here we are, a cross-functional team of 8. We talked with 21 experts, 12 sustainable startups to grow our network, and took every opportunity to pitch our idea to get as much feedback as possible. Our learning process was supported by customer validation interviews, 11 personas, business validation canvas, and a competitor analysis. We found out that all the competitors combined only have a market share of 7%. 7.7 million single-use cups are thrown away every day. We want to replace 1% with glass with cost per use model until 2025. And for that goal, we want to start our prototype phase 1, get out there and try our product on the market in February. So let's rethink, go with glass and become American.
That was a nice line there in the end. Thank you very much for that. Would you mind stopping the screen share so I can see the raised hands on the jury side, if there are any, even though I don't see any for now. This seems to be persistent. All right. Thank you anyway to the Rethink team. We're now going to move on to Reform. Oh,
it's
yeah.
Like we can't raise our hands anymore.
You can't?
No.
Oh, well, do you want to ask a question, Katharina?
I would. Actually, you said you have, all the competitors have a quite small, I think 7% market share. Why is that? And why is your solution better than the others?
So there are not many competitors at the moment. The biggest one is Recap, and now Vital is coming. So Vital is quite big because they went to the Höhle der Löwen, and they're just having a pilot phase with the coffee cups. So they only have a few coffee shops. And there are some other small companies, but they're really small. They don't have a big network. And our USP is that we have glass, because the other ones are out of plastic, and plastic is not good for us and not good for the environment. And it's a better product presentation if you have a higher quality of coffee, and it should look, and the glass should be Instagrammable. So we can do some marketing with them. And also if the coffee shop's having it, so the guests can put it on the social media.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any more questions from the jury? This seems to not be the case. All right, then we're going to go on to the next startup, which is Reform. Toby, all right, thank you very much. I can see your screen. I cannot hear you yet.
Can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, so we can start?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Hey guys, we're Reform, and we transform cities into sustainable farming communities. Or with other words, we plan green urban future. During first Corona lockdown, the demand for garden spaces in Karlsruhe increased by over 40%. The problem? Waiting lists for Schrebergärten are too long. But don't worry, we help. With our Hochbeet as a service concept, Reform offers an innovative gardening solution for organizations and city dwellers. We use free space from urban facilities, offer a digital leasing marketplace for raised beds, and deliver efficient urban gardens for each city and company. To do so, public facilities, corporates, and other associations offer free space to members or employees. They can select a raised bed and add garden utilities via our platform Meet My Bed. After signing the leasing contract, we take care of the rest.
In an iterative process, we are creating the perfect raised bed out of a simple wood plastic composite plugin system. The IoT version offers real-time monitoring via sensors and an application. The advantages from space suppliers are, for example, useful space utilization. The actual end user can finally garden on a central place near his home or work with our full support. Our revenue streams include the recurring monthly leasing income as well as product upsales. And the German market for leasing raised beds is with over 433,000 very attractive. After first areas from the Gartenfreunde Karlsruhe, we are happy to announce our second partnership with die Kirche Karlsruhe. And there's more. Meetings with Höfner, Technologiefabrik, and the city council are already set. So don't worry, Germany, Refarm is coming to plant. Thanks.
That was well timed. Thank you very much for that. There seemed to have been an issue with the second audio part, so I'm going to be generous with the questions from the jury, if there are any. If you don't mind, if you don't mind, please stop sharing your screen so I can see the audience, the jury members on my screen down here. Sebastian Böhmer is clapping. All right, or is that a raised hand even?
Yeah, that's a raised hand. I'm curious about. Do you see prosumer gardening as a temporary trend or as an enduring one?
Thomas?
Sorry, you mean the prosumer? Can you repeat the question?
The space you're operating in, like the gardening, the prosumer gardening. This is really a strong trend right now. But do you see it as enduring or just a temporary one?
No, I don't think it's a temporary one because it's a trend right now. And when people start doing that, they are going to do it for a longer time. So in the past, they did it for a long time. Then they lost the feeling for it, but now it's coming back, so it will stay a big interest in them.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any more questions from the jury?
Yeah. Yes. I would like to know, do you have an idea how many customers do you need to become break even? Do you have an idea?
I think we are not in that stage yet, but with our leasing model, we can say that after around 2 years, every raised bed we provide is profitable for each self.
Okay.
After 2 years, we can provide the cost.
Thank you very much. All right. So
one more question. Have you done any market research? Like, do you have any customers who would pay for that? Have you done a research about that?
Yes, we had some interviews with potential customers, reaching from students around age 20 to seniors around age 60. Most of the customers or potential customers could imagine using it within a cooperation with their employer, so that the employer maybe provides 50% of the leasing price and the end user pays the other 50%.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next startup now, but I love the spirit of those tough questions, which really show us where those startups are at, gives us the right atmosphere for tonight. Next up is going to be CC Systems. You guys can share screen and start your pitch when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, positive.
Okay, perfect. Then I can start. So, hey, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to pitch. We are CC Systems, and we want to reduce food waste in private households with a digital assistant and service. At the beginning, there was the idea, and we want to show you how it grew during the past weeks. First, we present the main progress, then a short view into our business model, and then the next steps. The progress is divided in research, hardware, and software. We did the market and the customer survey, which are both still running. We also evaluated different technologies and started with first setups. As a software side, we created a visual prototype. So our business model, we want to give a free and a premium version of a digital service. The free version is monetized by ads. You get the premium version for a one-time fee. In addition, you can get the full automatic hardware system for a fixed price. Our product is especially for private households and the daily use. The customer acquisition is done by retail partners and via social media. The main goal is to reduce food waste to save your environment. We have a 3-step plan. First, we want to realize the app with the camera scan function. In the second step, we try to decode the best before date automatically. In step 3, we want to implement automatic RFID scanning. So I want to give you a small teaser of a planned feature. Hey Siri, what's in the fridge?
In your fridge are 2 products that are close to the best before date. Are you interested in possible recipes?
Yes, please. So let's look. Ah, okay, feature, that looks nice. So there are some delicious recipes. If you want to enjoy your feature also fresh, we will remember you to chill clever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunately, you've run out of time. Oh, well, I think you've gone through it already. Anyway, please stop sharing your screen so I can see the rest of the world again. Michael Kimmich, you are indicating something.
Yeah, I don't find the raising hand.
No worries. Press any button you see down there on the bottom.
Yeah, therefore I tried. Simply a question. Have you thought about partners to integrate your solution or to get more market reach?
Yeah, we are also in talks with, for example, a big supplier for RFID technology in the food business, but it's more at the B2B side. So they offer systems for big retailers and supermarkets or restaurants.
Okay, thank you. Katharina, I see you're indicating the willingness to probably speak as well.
No, I was just searching the buttons.
Ah, okay.
Sorry about it.
No worries, no worries. Well, either button works for me in general. I just need some sort of indication usually. All right, thank you guys very much, team at CC Systems. One quick suggestion: if you are pitching as a team of 2, make sure that you're not both unmuted at the same time, because that can cause an echo. And I believe we did have a little bit of an echo in this one. We understood you guys well enough, but just to make sure that future pitches don't run into any similar issues, be sure to always only have one of you unmuted, because audio setups, they can be a bit tricky. Believe us, we know. Anyway, next startup is Discover E. All right, I can see the screen.
Right, thank you very much. You should hear me now.
I can hear you as well. Perfect, you're good to go.
Great. Okay, I'm ready. Hi, I am Kati from Discovery, and we enable the energy transition from home. The market of electromobility is growing. At the same time, more charging infrastructure is needed at home. But what if you can't charge at home because you are living in an apartment building, such as 2/3 of the Germans, facing several problems that aren't solved yet? Our answer to this problem is Delivery, the demand-driven, scalable charging solution for apartment buildings. Delivery is easy to install and easy to expand. Our goal is to provide the most user-centric charging experience to the residents, being able to charge quick whenever they need to. To catch up with these goals, we develop a software that uses machine learning and offers transparent consumption, recording, and payment service. But what does the customer pay? First, we get a margin for the charging hardware, which we offer together with hardware partners. Second, we offer our own software for billing and energy distribution for a monthly fee. And hey, here we go. This is our team. We are supported by several institutions such as the HSKA, the Energy Accelerator Axel, and the Gründermotor. Since the kickoff, 2 new team members joined Discovery and support our software development. Recently, we finished our application for the Exist Founder Scholarship. After reflecting our pre-version for our software, we completed the requirements and the architecture of our MVP. We have to know our market in detail, and so we are in contact with our customers and potential partners all the time. We are Discovery, and we develop charging solutions for apartment buildings.
All right, thank you very much. Please stop sharing your screen at this point so I can see the hands clapping by Sebastian Böhmer. Sebastian, what's your question?
Yeah, actually, can you tell us how the incentive for station operators look like?
Yeah, actually, in apartment buildings, you have the problem that the existing energy is limited, and so the people who are living in apartment buildings have the problem that they can't install a charging solution easily, and so they have to use special systems, and we develop the best for apartment buildings.
All right, thank you very much. Katharina, you also had a question?
Yes, Kati, when will you be charging the first car?
Yeah, we will be charging our first solution in the early summer 2021. We will install our first test infrastructure in the next 2 months, and our first customer will be like about June.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That's great. We don't seem to have any more questions.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry, I do. I
Yes,
didn't
right, all right. No, easy.
So
right,
what's different about your system from existing systems on the market?
Yeah, the difference is that we develop our own charging management, which is based on machine learning. And the second difference is that we are the experts for apartment buildings, and we know which problems are there during the process of the decision for a special solution, and we can help our customers during this process exactly.
Okay.
Back to Alex.
Yeah, all right. Sorry. We had a technical issue. Am I back? Yes. All right. Chris didn't find the mouse anymore. Ran off into a corner somewhere. Anyway, we're going to have the next startup. Just stop unmuting me. Next startup we're going to have is Funturi. You guys feel free to unmute yourselves and share your screen. I can see your screen. That's a PowerPoint. No, not a PowerPoint, a PDF or something. Can't hear you yet.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Nice. Air conditioning technology in Germany consumes 77,000 gigawatt hours of electricity per year. That's the amount Karlsruhe needs in 6,600 years for the city lighting. Hi, my name is Philipp, and together with my team Simon and Fabian, we will show you how to save 1,000 years of energy by using the physical effect Venturi. Air conditioning systems still function according to the heat exchange principle. As standard, warm air is extracted from the system by electric fans. This is where we come in by dribbling the strength of the airflow through the Venturi effect without using any new energy. Since the kick-off, we've been busy creating a 3D printed prototype. The first iteration is already completed and ready for testing. The prototype is a blower with a Venturi nozzle applied. We start by increasing the efficiency of the fans on the evaporator who dissipates the heat of the system. You can also arrange the nozzle in a visually appealing way. The refrigerating industry represents a market volume of more than 30 billion euros, and there is still a lot to optimize.
All right, thank you very much. 30 billion, that doesn't sound too bad. If you don't mind stopping the screen share, we can see whether there's any questions from the jury right now.
Yes, sure. I do have a question.
All right, go ahead then.
Yeah, I mean, the Venturi nozzles and the kind of thing is not very new. How come nobody has ever used it so far? I mean, there are powerful companies that create air conditioning systems.
Well, most of the countries concentrate on the heat exchange process because that uses the most of the energy. But I think we are now close enough to the tipping point where we can't modify the heat exchange process, but we can modify the delivery of the air consumption, and so we can reduce the electricity energy to cool the system and to blow the air out. Mm-hmm. That's our main goal, and the system could be used for every application where high air volume and low energy consumption is needed. That's our main point.
Okay, thank you. Katharina, is there a question on your side as well?
I was just actually asking, were you showing us some slides the whole time? Like from 1 to 7, because I only saw the first one and a little bit of the last.
Yes, there was some technical issue, I think, because the presentation was on the other page and we shared the wrong page.
Okay, what I suggest you do is you just send us maybe via email real quick a link to your presentation so the jury can maybe have a look at that during the break in a minute, okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Is there any scientific proof for what you are doing, or is it just an idea?
That's where we're working on right now. We contacted our professors from thermodynamics and fluid dynamics, and now we are looking if we can increase the air volume, but we already printed a prototype and we was able to show with smoke that the Venturi nozzle actually sucked air through the intake and blowed beside the actual blower out. So there is some airflow and there is some more air volume moved. So we are very positive that we will have a bigger air volume with that system.
That's interesting. Thank you. That was a good question altogether. Thank you. All right. With that, then we're going to move on to the last startup from our sustainability block. That is going to be unedited.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. I for a moment I thought I had changed something in the Excel sheet, so it was like unedited, but like that's actually your name. Go ahead, guys. I can hear you guys beautifully. So you have 90 seconds now.
Do you see our screen?
Hey.
Yes, I can see it.
Hey guys, we are Jonas and Aristide from Unedited, and we are a fashion startup that wants to rethink the way we consume and produce fashion nowadays.
We build our brand around 4 pillars that are sustainability, transparency, co-creation, and consumption. We wanted to tackle the major problems within the fashion industry with these pillars, being pollution, bad working condition, overproduction, and mass consumption. We want to prove that striving for more and more consumption and unlimited growth is not a valuable option in our economy.
Guys?
Jonas?
Sorry. We finalized our first prototype of a t-shirt since the kickoff, and which was quite hard because of the COVID situation in Portugal, where our production is. We work with a youth organization that receives a donation for all of our profits and the sales. We work with Climate Partner, who offsets all the emissions in our production process. We did a photo shooting to create content for our platforms. Next slide, please. We created our webpage in 4 different languages. Our online shop is up and running, and we sold until now in 1 week 50 t-shirts, which means we offset 350 kilos of CO2, collected 250 euros in donations, and rose our Instagram followers by 171 in 5 days. And those are some partners that we worked with.
You guys all.
Yes. Sorry.
No, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Please stop doing this.
I have a question.
Yeah, first step, stop. Let's go through it quickly. Whenever you stop your pitch, firstly, mute yourselves again. Second step, stop the screen share. So we don't get an echo, and then I also can again see the list from of our jury members. I think Michael had a question, right?
Yes, I have a question. Like, how's your sales funnel? Like, do you want to sell directly through the internet, or do you have also like other sales channels like shops, or how do you want to sell?
At the moment, we do everything directly through our online store, but we try to build some collections with sustainable fashion stores, namely in Berlin and Frankfurt, of course, the hot spots in this scene.
Okay, thank you. Katharina, is there a question from your side?
Yes, for us to rate your progress, when did you start the project and which part of your progress actually happened during Grow?
What I just showed, like what we just presented, happened during Grow in the 1 month. We founded the company in May, but we were still studying at that time. So we really were able to focus only since end of October, really, on the business model and everything. So the business model was ready before the kickoff, and we set out what we want to do, and then we created like our presentation, our platforms in this time, and the sales.
What about competition?
Well, competition, I mean, of course, is big, since there are many sustainable fashion brands, but our point is not to grow that big to take all the market shares. It's quite the opposite. We want to prove that we don't have to grow that big to go into a sustainable direction. If we grow big, that means that we will work in an unsustainable way, which in the long run hurts our goal, basically.
All right, thank you, Jonas. Now, I love the enthusiasm of the jury and all the wonderful questions you guys are asking and the answers we're getting from them, because it gives us great insight into what the startups are thinking, where they're at the moment. We do have to keep in mind, however, that we do have another 30 pitches to go through. With that in mind, I'd love to kindly ask you guys, if possible, limit your questions to a total of 2 per pitch, just so we can make sure we get through everything in time. I really love the questions, but if you can, yeah, you know what I mean. Anyway, we're going to be moving on to the next sector, which is education. There's 3 startups in the sector. First, in that group is the startup Tech Teach. Feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves.
So can we start?
Yeah, you can do it. Hear you and see your screen.
Okay, so we're Tech Teach and we're connecting generations. Our society is split up into 2 parts, those who can use modern technology and those who can. Of course, those who can miss on a lot of things in life, and we don't want to exclude them. We're giving them back access to the modern society. We want to build up local tech workshops where customers can learn the basics of technology, and furthermore, we want to create local tech support.
But that's what we were before Grow. Now we designed the whole business plan. We thought about multiple ideas on how we change our content to online. We'll offer online workshops for our clients that they can learn the basics of technology together in an online format. Furthermore, we'll launch online videos on our website for customers who want to teach themselves at home even more. And one of our main points is comfortable atmosphere. Our clients can explore the new learned stuff together in groups with the help of our trainees. We want to acquire the attention of our main target group of senior citizens to us through our partners and our flyers. Furthermore, we want to reach out to the younger citizens who are often the ones helping the parents or the grandparents with the technical issues. We want to go reach out to them with advertisements and Google Ads.
To our partners, we have a cooperation with the German American Institute who can provide us free locations all over Germany. Additionally, we partnered up with ClickSafe, an institution that provides safety guidelines for the web. And third, we have local residences in Karlsruhe to get in touch with our clients. But what makes us special? At first, we solve a societal problem. And second, we offer an exclusive and outstanding, comfortable atmosphere for our clients.
We have made it to the 90-second mark. Thank you guys very much. I'm sure there might be a question though from the jury coming up to allow you to explain a little bit more. But please, for now, stop sharing your screen so I can see whether there are any questions from the jury.
Yeah, maybe I jump up on in here. Do you already have figured out a business model that would work for you?
Well, yeah, we figured out. We also thought about a pricing strategy, and we want to offer a free starter course. Because we believe in us, we want to get the senior citizens come to us in a free starter course. Then you can buy one-time workshops, and then you can buy an abo model where you can buy monthly workshops we also have fixed prices. And then you can get also a pro abo where you can also get the videos and our support for our hotline. And yeah, and you can also, if you want to know the prices, they are like around 50 euros for a basic course. And this is like 4 courses a month, up to 2 hours, and then the additional videos on our website. And we also did some surveys to figure out if this is a good price. And we asked the senior citizens if they think they need it and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Is there another question? This seems to not be the case. With that in mind, we're going to be moving on to the next startup, which is going to be InstaScript. You guys feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves.
Perfect. Can you see the presentation?
I can see you. I can see your screen as well, and I can hear you too.
Well, excellent. Then, can I start?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Welcome, everyone. We are InstaScript, and we want to make your exam preparation more successful by gamifying and socializing your lecture notes. Since the start of the competition, we added some substantial features to our prototype. Before Grow, we had to always ask professors to provide us with their lecture note slides, and we had to work them in manually, doing screenshots, which took hours of work. Now we automated the entire process so that every user can just upload the file him or herself. It's so easy, even my cat can do it now. And this was an immense amount of work. Firstly, we had to evaluate different sorts of docs before we finally decided to go with PDF. Secondly, to find a solution that works perfectly, we had to work through 10 different frameworks before we could finally start coding. But that's not the only that's not the only change we made. So far, the user had to add the additional content themselves. Now we also automated this process, which enables us to directly show helpful content to the user and save his favorite learning resources for himself and his friends. Last but not least, we have managed to design a new business model where we are paid every minute that the user is learning, without having to take money from the learner himself. Our first evaluation shows that it's very promising. Also, we found a new co-founder, Joel, here in the competition. We successfully handed in our Access application, and we increased our followers on Instagram to 450 by making several new posts. Thank you very much for your attention.
That was well timed. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, please stop sharing your screen now so I can see the list of participants again in the call. Do we have any questions from the jury?
How does it work that you earn money each minute somebody's online?
Yes, maybe one of my co-founders want to answer the question.
Hello, yeah, I can answer that. We, wait, shall I? No. We do it like in a Patreon mode, where you can gather supporters, and those supporters, mostly probably from your family, and support you per minute that you're learning.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there another question? This seems to not be the case. With that in mind, we're going to be moving on to the next.
Can I maybe add something to this? So maybe to make it a bit more clear. So it's basically that it's like kind of sharing pot. Like your parents maybe or your friends, like you say, I bet I can study 6 hours this or 30 hours this week, and then they add some money. And if I do it, then you get the money, and then we get a small portion of that.
All right. Thanks for that clarification there. Then we're going to be moving on to the next startup, which is going to be the final one in the education sector. That's going to be Co-Leader. You guys feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves. Great. I can see the screen and I can hear you. Great. Nice.
Hello, everyone. My name is Philip, and I'm the founder of Co-Leader, the data-driven leadership development for young managers. Being a young manager is a highly demanding task, so you have to set goals, delegate work, motivate your employees. But more than 44% of young managers feel unprepared for their role. On the other side, 57% of employees have left because of a manager they don't like or that didn't support them. Obviously, existing leadership development solutions don't deliver sustainable results. Hence, Co-Leader developed a digitized leadership training solution that combines skill assessments with individualized learning paths. Like Netflix recommends films you like, we provide learning contents that exactly match a manager's development needs. In this way, we stop one-size-fits-all training and open the door towards sustainable learning success. Since November, we finished our platform MVP, collected more than 150 learning units, and conducted 14 user interviews. In our sales process, we collected several LOI and 10 plus new leads with our optimized sales process. We follow a B2B business model where firms pay 79 euros per month and user. We operate in a large and fast-growing market with 12.8 CAGR till 2024. Our team consists of 4 people with complementary skills in business, technology, and psychology. We collected experience at leading universities, worked for top-tier consultancies, and started our own businesses before. Thanks a lot for your attention. Looking forward to your answers, your questions.
All right. Thank you very much for that quick pitch. If you don't mind, please stop sharing your screen so we can get a sense again for what the jury is thinking. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I would
I have a question. Yeah.
There's two. All right, let's start with Michael.
Both Michael, so that's not a differentiator. So I simply start. What is the difference between you and LinkedIn Learning? What is the competitive edge?
So we deeply personalize based on the diagnostics. So we just say you need feedback course or delegation, but we exactly know what development needs you have, for example, in specific areas like feedback, so criticism, goal-determined learning. And that's what LinkedIn Learning it's not able to do. And we provide learning paths that follow you over several weeks. So you have learning on the job. And that's a scientific proven approach to increase learning success.
Nice.
I have a question like, how do you come to the pricing model? Like, why do you take 79 euros per month? Like, what are the experiences about that in the market?
In the sales pitches, it works. So the companies we are targeting, SME, especially in consulting and financial services, so it's our business background, they're willing to pay that. And it's around about a third of annual training budget managers have on average in Germany. So it's 210 euros per month and manager. So, and that's how we came up with this solution. And if you compare to the gains and the volume managers handle, it's only a small fraction of the volume they handle.
All right, Gerda, was that an emergency question?
Yes. I just wanted to know who is experienced in that market on the team. Is there?
Sorry, experience in what?
Who has experience in that training market and in the leading market?
Okay, got it. Yeah, so at McKinsey, I conducted lots of organizational work, and we have an advisory board that supports us beyond this. So to advance our content, and we have psychologists in the team that collect the content we collect on the internet to make sure that's high quality and with senior experts.
Okay.
Great, thank you very much. With that, we are going to leave the education sector and we're going to move on to consumer goods. And the first startup in that area is going to be Cafetero, something like that.
Hello. Before we start, we need to give the comment that we had to change our name because we found out a couple of days ago that Cafetero was already taken. So we changed to Tairona, which is a traditional tribe of Colombia, my home country.
All right, no worries. With that, feel free to share your screen if you'd like to.
Yeah, sure.
Tairona Coffee, and you're good to present.
Okay, so hello everyone, we're Tairona Coffee. Our problem is the violation of human rights in the production of coffee, child labor, and the lack of knowledge when it comes to the origin of this product. Our solution is give our workers the proper circumstances and conditions of work, be certified about it, and also in the environmental aspect, and bring the stories of these amazing people to our consumers, our business model. The key partners, we have coffee producers and distributors with whom we have already contact with, government agencies and the other ones. Government agencies we have already contacted as well. Then our process, the first step is done. Taxes and legal, we have done some research about that and we're well informed. And order the product, we will be doing that in January. Import, processing, packaging, storage, and sales. Our main resources is the product, of course, is surveys and customers' feedback and packaging, among others. Our segments is we'll start with the coffee lovers, then go to coffee shops, and eventually to bulk. Our revenue streams is online shops, the partnerships, and the bulk eventually. Cost structure is packaging, taxes, transportation, and delivery. Our channels to reach our customers will be websites, our website, social media, and the rest of them. And this is our team. Down you can see our landing page, our email, our Instagram account, and the QR code for our survey.
Beautiful, thank you very much. That was packed with information, but on the spot, please stop sharing your screen so I can see who else is there. Are there any questions from the jury?
Yes, here's one.
Nice question.
Can you tell us what is the impact that you are trying to make?
Yes, we want to accomplish the goal, so that the work of the coffee growers, that work is appreciated, and we want to give them proper circumstances of work and bring a deeper connection to the customer and the origin of the coffee and how much effort it was put on the product.
Great, thank you very much. Is there another question from the jury?
Yes, I have a question. Like, you need a lot of marketing effort to come in the market, because the market is very, very big, but there are so many players in the market. Like, how do you want to get the marketing? How do you want to become famous in your business?
Yeah, that's a good question. We will get introduced in the market through the network of our university. There we have lots of contacts, and that will be our first clientele. And then we will try to expand through social media, which is right now the biggest platform there is. And also with help of our first clientele, who are the university students, that will help us expand.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, our 2 questions are up, and we're going to move on to the second startup in the consumer goods category, that is LYNs, or LYNs. Feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves to start your pitch. I can see the screen.
1 second, I just need to...
And I can hear you too.
Okay, then we're ready to go.
All right.
Have you ever heard of pav bhaji? I guess not. Even though many of you have probably tasted some Indian dish in your life, you still don't know about one of the most beloved street food items in India. Imagine what else there is to explore. The Indian cuisine is known for its diversity and is very popular, but it can be overwhelming and it often seems hard to cook. Based on our shared love for food and pav bhaji, we start with developing and producing the best Indian spices and teas. Also, one of us has some Indian roots, and it's not Alex. We blend our spices and teas in a local restaurant's kitchen, and unlike others, we never use cheap fillers like salt and sugars to compensate for a lack of flavor. But our awesome masalas and chais alone won't make you an Indian street food chef. That's why we give you our educational recipe cards. And that's not all. We also neutralize our CO2 emissions and support social causes whenever possible.
Since the kickoff, we have tested our products with a local restaurant with 20 of their customers. Moreover, we have produced 300 of our tasting boxes at an institution for people with disabilities. Since then, we have also sold about 100 of them to our target customers who are in their mid-20s to mid-50s. And we managed to find our first business customer who is going to use our boxes as Christmas gifts for their employees. Finally, just to make our pitch a bit more mouth-watering, you can see some of the delicious dishes you could create if you owned our spices. Like they said millions of years ago, good spices are like good perfume. They make your meat desirable.
All right. Thank you. I know who's going to do the catering for the final. Either way, no matter how this is going to turn out today. Are there any questions from the jury?
Yeah, I got one. Can you tell us how do you source your ingredients and how do you assure the right quality of your spices?
So actually, we do have connections in India, but due to COVID and the outbreak in India, which is much, much worse than here, we weren't able to directly source it from the Indian farmers. So right now we're using a middleman in the Netherlands that has connections to India, but we try to source as much organic as possible right now. But as soon as we can travel to India next year, we hope we'll do all organic and we'll do direct relationships.
Great, thank you. Katharina, I think you have a question as well.
What's your long-term goal? Where do you want to get?
Our long-term goal is to make first of all, I would say Indian culture more accessible and try to promote that because I believe it's still underrepresented. But overall for the company, I believe to make authentic food more accessible because most of the authentic options you get in the local supermarkets and grocery stores are not really authentic. They're more like adjusted to the local taste. And while we do that, we want to have a good impact. So basically you buy good stuff and we do good stuff. That's our idea.
Oh, that's a tagline right there.
I have one question. One more question. How did you achieve to get the 50 customers? That's quite good.
Yeah, thank you. We started off with marketing and doing several. We used several channels: Google search, SEO, and so on. And just 2 days ago, we were mentioned in the local newspaper as well. So we got a huge boost through that. But overall, it was mainly due to content and marketing up until now, and we plan to increase that even more.
Great. Thank you very much, guys. With that, we're now going to move on to the third startup in the consumer goods category. That's Babu.
Yes, we are here.
Nice, I can hear you.
Can you see my screen right now?
Not yet. I can't see the screen. No, I can't. Ah, now, yes, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Here it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
So, hello everyone. We are Team Babu. We had to change the name and we will telling you later. So, what's Babu? Babu is the sum of a washing machine and ironing machine. We mix up these two items in one and we can make all the labor in one. Initially, before Grow and before this, we were like this. We didn't know what to do. We were so overwhelming about the future. But right now, we had gone through some changes. We changed the name and we changed our MVP. This was our MVP at first, only a box, but we changed it into a more appealing one. That is this one that you can see on the screen. Here enters a dirty shirt, and after passing through our product, there is a clean and washed and ironed t-shirt. This is basically what we do. A statistic, we have done so far 23 interviews and performed 104 surveys with our potential customers. Before, as we say, this is what stays, and right now we are very organized and working on our prototype to launch the next day. And this is our team, Luis, Master in Mechanical Engineering, and me, an Environmental and Mechanical Engineer. So thank you very much for your time.
I saw Gerda smiling with a picture of the kids room there. Are there any questions from the jury? This does not.
Yes.
Do you have an idea about the business model?
Yes. All right. Good. A business model.
Is that the question? Sorry.
Do you have an idea how your business model could work?
Okay. Our business model is about selling the product. To sell it to our potential customers. In our interviews, we refine our customer segment, and we have right now a more clear idea of what our customers are and the ways we can approach them.
How do you solve that kind of thing that you wash and iron? How do you do that?
Okay, we are following the Coca-Cola model. We know that our product can be a little bit generic because there are two machines that already do or does this function, but we would like to sell it according to the value it generates. I mean, with that machine, you can save a lot of time and effort that you can use in things that you like. For example, being with your family, do the hobbies you like, and this is our approach to sell the value we can generate with the product.
All right. Thank you, Andres. With that, we have gone through the questions, and we're going to be moving on to Shop Detective now, startup number 4 in the consumer goods category. I can see your screen already. Do you want to say something as well? Team Shop Detective.
All right, I got the audio.
Yeah, I got you. Nice.
Perfect. All right. We are Shop Detective. That is Felicitas Kunz, Yannick Schellert, Michael Schwinger, and myself, Valentin Haas. And the one thing we have in common is the same problem Alex has. Alex just moved to Karlsruhe this semester from a town far away, and he wants to get a do-it-yourself advent calendar for his girlfriend as a Christmas present, but he has no idea where he can find the components for that. But with Shop Detective, it is now possible to find and pre-order everything locally. Simply enter your local address and your desired item. You will be presented a map with local shops near you where you can find these. Choose a suitable one, be forwarded to the website, and click and collect it. For our customer analysis, we investigate Yodel, an app commonly used by students. Here we found 9 requests for local shopping recommendations in only 1 week. Therefore, we will focus on students as our first user group. At the KIT, we have more than 6,000 freshmen each year, and by putting advertisements in the welcome backpack, we will directly address our potential customers. Our business is based on 3 pillars. First, advertisements will be displayed while using the application. Secondly, we intend to sell our collected user or user group profiles to third parties. And finally, we will cooperate with local shops who can boost their spot in the search results. In the beginning, we just had a rough idea on how we could be solved, but starting from absolutely zero, we focused on the idea, did a custom analysis, based a business plan on that, battled web design, really starting from zero to achieve this perfect prototype. However, we are not yet done, and we're hungry to go further where no one has gone before. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, guys, and good job on the mock-up right there. Please stop sharing your screen right now so I can see a list of everybody. Are there any questions from the jury? Orestes? Yeah.
Yeah, somebody else was. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So what is, I mean, what is different to other functions that you find in the web? I mean, why do you think, why are you confident that you can attract people?
Well, we had a discussion with one of the mentors, and he said, first of all, yes, there's a lot of competition so far, but have you really heard of any viable competitors so far, which you would say this is my go-to? We found that Google, and we did some surveys, that Google research results are not local enough, and they only gather information of shops which already have online shops themselves. And none of the other ones, the competitors we visited, had really had this option to choose a very local source. There were some which only had prospects which were in the shop, but you didn't find your concrete product as you would expect to find on an online store.
All right, thank you. Sebastian, did you also want to tag on to that?
How do you actually want to attract your first users?
As I mentioned, we have our first users will be students at KIT, because this is we intend to attract users similarly as Yodel did it in Karlsruhe as well. They had advertisements in the Mensa, in the cafeteria, the student cafeteria, as well as advertisements in the welcome bags, goodie bags the students get from time to time. So to just focus on this group. Also, we intend to cooperate with locals, like not the very small stores at first, but maybe Ettlinger Tor, where there's a defined set of stores where this shopping mall can actually advertise to their customers respectively.
Thank you. I saw, Katharina, you had your hands up and then you removed it just now. Is it an urgent matter, or are we good to move on?
I was just thinking, you know, you have a platform, so how do you intend to incentivize the shopkeepers? I think that's the most critical issue, to put in their products.
The shop owners? Or who do you mean?
Yes.
So it is intended as first that we have a multi-stage process where we begin with just crawling the web, just like Google and everyone does, and find most information right there. But based on that, well, in the beginning it's going to be hard, but we intend to go to the people themselves, and maybe especially those who don't have a web listing, encourage them to at least give a short itinerary of what they have. And their incentive would be that they get more customers.
That's a very interesting thought right there. Thank you very much. Now we've exhausted our questions, so we're going to be moving on to fashion made in Africa. Feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves. I can see your screen, Antonia.
Yes.
And I can hear you. Nice.
Perfect. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Everyone knows how inhumane and unsustainable fashion production is, and consumers increasingly demand more ethically produced fashion. But there's no good alternative to current producers which carry a burden of deeply rooted structures and a really bad image. Labels aiming to produce sustainable fashion have to go on ground themselves and often fail because their products can't compete with cheap and fast fashion. That's why we produce fair fashion as a service. We use the unutilized workforce of millions of tailors in Africa to build an entirely new way to make fashion. We will provide labels with sourcing fabrics, fair and affordable production, transport, and our biggest values, transparency and a clean slate. We are making Africa the hub for fair and sustainable fashion. So what have we done so far? We were able to win a production center in Uganda, and we visited 3 fabric production factories. And we talked to multiple fair fashion labels. With that, we were able to produce high quality samples, which you can see right there. And we can say with confidence, we have capacity at our hands. With these 2 assets, we will approach potential customers, and we already have 2 leads. This is the team, Imi, Caro, and I, Antonia, and we are Fashion Made in Africa. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much for that pitch. Please stop sharing your screen at this point so we can see what the questions from the jury are. Orestes, I see you unmute already.
Yeah, okay, I knew to be ready, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating idea, but I mean, how reliable can you create such a channel, if you wish, such a business model? Is that really something that can, you know, create, or maybe let me ask it another way around. Who's your customer exactly? I didn't get that. Is it the end consumer or is it fashion makers?
Yeah, so we basically create a solution for labels, so not for the end consumers. And like our beachhead market, the first market we want to serve are smaller sustainable fashion labels who maybe even just want to produce small quantities because there we have like an added advantage. We're also new, and also in Africa you can make small quantities if you want. Of course, longer in the future, we really want to build Africa as a place, as the hub, as we said, to produce fair fashion. And there we're just open to anyone who wants to produce with us. So also probably bigger firms. But yeah, because we really see this change in mindset of people who want to maybe get out of Asia, and yeah, people who want to just be sure that their clothes are made, yeah, sustainably and also more fair, which we can ensure.
All right, Michael.
Yeah, just a simple question: how you measure transparency of the production? What kind of measurements have you for fairness? Because I think that is your unique selling point. You must be very sure that it's fair what you do. So how you measure it, how you prove that?
True. So first of all, the kind of beauty about Africa in that case is that it's in a way a social thing already, because we're just producing, like we're creating jobs in the first place. So that's already within the system, kind of a very social thing. And yes, so we basically want to work with local partners, and we're going to have guidelines. I mean, yeah, so also we kind of look at fashion production as on like a different angle, because we want it to be decentralized in a way. So yeah, I've lived in Africa for a while, and in Africa everything is decentralized, and people really, they don't really have an access to a market, but they're very yeah, they really take care of their things on their own. So we will have like a semi-decentralized structure, and it's actually going to be handled by locals in a way who we create jobs for them, and yeah, so it's going to be more of a self-organized way for them as well, which will make it more sustainable. But yes, you're right. So we're also going to have, of course, measures and prove that.
All right, Antonia, thank you very much. We're going to have to move on to the next set of startups in the services sector, because we're running very, very short on time. We're going to be moving on to the services sector, and the first startup here is Marketry. I see a screen already. And I hear a voice, maybe?
Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Beautifully. All right, you're good to go.
Okay, just a second. And, oh, sorry, go. Hi, I'm Melissa, and this is Marketree, the first marketing as a service platform. I'm sure a lot of you know this problem. Your startup idea is slowly growing into something bigger. So you need, for example, flyers or good marketing content for your website. But you lack money, time, and most importantly, know-how. That's why we want to build Marketree, a platform where you get all the marketing services you need on a monthly subscription basis. No staff costs, no interviews, no drama. Marketree allows you to boost your idea in an easy and efficient and affordable way. And this is how it works. You sign in on Marketree and will be guided through an online form that asks you all the things we need to propose suitable marketing services for you. In the next step, Marketree proposes service packages according to your requirements. After booking the package you want, we deliver what you need. Started in November with nothing but a vague idea, we have spent the last few weeks intensively working on the concept behind Marketree. In this period, we have changed our idea completely, away from the agency idea to a platform-based solution. Interviews with startups helped us to validate the urgent need for our solution. Input from our mentor and participation in an entrepreneurship workshop enabled us to sharpen the concept. The next and important step is to create an MVP to further analyze and validate our business model. This is the team behind Marketree, and as you can see, we're currently on the lookout for a developer who wants to be part of our idea. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for that pitch. Please stop sharing your screen at this point. Are there any questions on the side of our jury?
Yes, I've got one. Do you want to carry out the marketing all by yourselves, or also are you planning to have some partnerships with other agencies and service providers?
As Melissa said, we started from zero only a month ago, but our plan is to hire students and students from the design and communication sector, which can help us doing all the marketing work. So it's, yeah, that's quite the idea by now, but we are still figuring it out.
All right. Any further questions from our jury? This seems to not be the case. With that, we're going to be moving on to the next startup, which is number 19, Erg Office. Feel free to share your screen, guys.
Yes.
And unmute yourselves. Maxime?
So,
yeah, I can hear you. I can see your screen.
Yeah, whenever is
Everybody
ready,
see the screen?
We'll begin.
Yeah,
okay,
all good.
I will begin now. Did you know home office has come to stay? Our initial idea was to develop a product to make tables liftable for an affordable price. Oh man, fuck.
Technical issues. There you go.
Okay. However, we have learned that there are many more problems in home office to be solved. So our current vision is to adapt home so that working and living environments can coexist under the same roof. Since the kickoff, we have gained one new team member. We have been in talks with 4 potential mentors, and from those, 1 is already backing us up.
In the product development side, we've interviewed more than 100 potential customers. And we have surveyed with them, and we've had more than 10 personal interviews with them. Our findings have been that people are sitting way too much. Their screens are too small, resulting in eye strain and neck pain. Productivity has been a mixed bag. Some have been able to increase it, some didn't. Work from home policies might become permanent in some cases. And separation of work and leisure space is a key factor. So I'm sorry, okay. Our next steps would be to understand our optimal business model. For that, we want to contact at least 5 industry experts, develop targeted product concepts, and conduct some interviews using this MVP to validate our idea. Ideal work-life balance at home is possible.
All right, thank you very much. Please now stop sharing your screen again.
Sure.
And we're going to see whether the jury has any questions on their mind and on their lips right now. Katarina, I can see your hands clapping in the air.
Thank you. So what makes you the right team for this challenge?
In which sense?
Why
Like-
are you especially qualified?
Well, one of the team member that we recruited, he is a industrial engineer with a background in ergonomics, in human work science. So I think he can offer us some good input, and he has already. Yeah, on the other side, that's a problem we both experienced, and something that inspired us to start this venture. So yes, those are our two main points.
Furthermore, Maxim is specializing in product development and production, and I'm studying masters in robotics and medical technologies. So we think it's a pretty good combination for this enterprise.
Nice. Thank you, guys. If you guys make it through to the final, if we do the remote pitches, which I reckon we will in the final, I'd love to see a pitch from you where it's like interactive, where you're like at a stand-up desk going up and down and like doing it as like a live thing. That would be so fun. Anyway, with that, I think we're going to be moving on to a final pitch before the break, which is Kemit and Schorn. I was reading Kermit earlier, but it's Kemit and Schorn. If you guys are ready, you can share your screen and start your pitch. Kemit and Schorn. Doesn't seem. Is there anybody in the house? This does not seem to be the case.
Yes, hi.
Yes, there you are. All right.
I kind of missed the call, but
Yeah,
I will start by sharing the screen as soon as I can, and I can actually even thank you for the attention and the time you give us.
Yes.
So,
yeah, I can see your screen and I can hear you beautifully, so you're good to go.
okay, just give me a sec to make me so that I can be sure about that. Okay, so we good?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Donald and I'm come from Cameroon. Our startup Kemit and Schorn aims to be the best way for African living abroad to provide for their family on the continent. Therefore, we start with Cameroon by building the very first comparison portal, enabling where we are listing all insurance plans in Cameroon from the local companies to make it possible for Cameroonians living in diaspora, or for example in Germany, to choose, to compare, choose and pay for the contribution for the plan that will suit their family needs and their own budgets. So we've started with the ideas in last year and have already gotten our first validations from both insurance companies, which are actually our partners from Cameroon, and first users in Germany here. Now we are working on the implementations, which means, among others, to get our certification and registration in both Cameroon and Germany, build our application to prepare our market entrance for next year. Since the beginning of our venture by Grow, we could achieve several things such as partnering with the Cameroonian and African Association in Germany, attend to the pre-lab organized by the Cyber Forum, and even build the first version of our application where we actually list some of the first plans. Till February, we want to complete our preparation for the exam of the IHK. Prepare also our partnerships agreement with our lawyer to list more offers on our app. Afterwards, we'll be passing the certification exams, traveling to Cameroon to meet our partners and register our company to finally join the Cyber Lab. We'll be honored to continue our Grow with you and are available to answer every question. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please now stop sharing your screen, although it was pretty. Are there any questions by the jury regarding this pitch? Katharina.
Yeah, thank you, Donald. So I think it's a great idea, and I'd like to know how will the world be different 5 years from now because of Kemit and Schorn?
Okay, and first of all, I will thank you for this occasion because it was not enough time to explain the whole thing. And I will say that actually in Cameroon, we have only one person from 20 who has an insurance plan, and we expect to make it to 2020 in maybe not in 5 years, but somehow in I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 years. But this would be the goal, because you also have to know that in Cameroon, the life expectation for a single person is about 22 years less than in Germany. So we have a lot to do on this, and we think that enabling people from the diaspora to pay the insurance plans for their family at home will help on this way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Donald. Is there another question from the jury?
Yeah, I think insurance business is rather also complicated regarding regulatory efforts and stuff. And now doing that in 2 countries, I can imagine double the complexity. What is your approach towards that complexity and how you deal with that?
Okay, thank you also for this occasion. I will be explaining it to you. Yes, you're right. It's kind of particular. I won't say complicated, but just particular, because we actually have to get clean with the birth registration. But we know that the German law or the German registration or needs are actually higher than the expectation of our homeland of Cameroon. So we have the possibility in Germany to get the certification from the IHK by passing the exam, which I'm actually preparing. And afterwards, after we pass the exam, we can register our company in Germany and have it certified or accepted in Cameroon back there. So we only need this first certification and are actually already working on it to have it for March 21. So in the coming 3 months.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Now this was the last pitch before our quick break. We are running a bit behind schedule, so I'd like to kindly ask you guys to take that break, be refreshed afterwards, be focused, so we can rush, not rush, but go efficiently through that second half of pitches, so we stay on a sensible schedule. But we're going to go into a 10-minute break now, so we're going to be back at just after 7 p.m. In Central European time. So take that time, take those 10 minutes, get yourself a drink, go to the bathroom if you need to, maybe have a bit of a biscuit, Christmas cookie, and then we'll see you back here in just over 10 minutes. I'm going to have something to drink, I think. Yeah. Right. See you guys.
Yeah.
And we're back. All right, so switch from Red Bull to our Coa drinks for just to be a little bit extra sharp during those final 19 pitches that we do have coming up. We're going to have 3 sections coming up. That's going to be health and fitness, engineering and big data, and lastly, platforms and apps. We will adhere to a strict schedule to make sure that we will make it to our keynote speech later in time-ish. But most importantly, we want to make sure that you guys deliver the best pitches you can. And it's been quite inspiring what we've seen so far already. Just seeing all the different fine-tunings that all the teams can do to improve for next time. I think it's really interesting also to see for all the teams who are maybe not at the moment pitching, but just watching on. So with that in mind, we're going to just go back in and kick it straight off with the health and fitness sector. And the first startup in that sector is Homie. Homie, are you?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You guys here, and well, if you are.
Can you see my screen too?
I can hear you and I can see your screen. Nice, you're good to go.
Perfect. Okay, so I can start. Thank you. Yeah, we are Homie System, and our vision is to make the life of elderly people and their relatives as easy and self-determined as possible. The population in Germany is getting older and older, so the topic of aging and living self-determined in old age is becoming relevant for more and more people, one day even for us. This is the reason why we have taken on this topic. Since the kickoff, we have conducted more than 30 interviews with our target customers as well as experts. With these results, we were able to concretize the idea and already create the first business model.
So the main problems we've identified in our interviews are that elderly people frequently have to deal with health problems in isolation. Often, a major topic is also the need for security. For each of these issues, we elaborated suitable solutions. To ensure health, there will be a medication reminder and a vital sign monitoring. The isolation problem is reduced by video calls and dial shows, and the need for security is fulfilled by functions such as the voice-controlled emergency call, geofencing, and fall recognition.
How do we get all these solutions together into one system? Our business model is based on our own tablet smartwatch system. The tablet as a control and input center, and the smartwatch as a data collection system with the latest sensor technology for unique data. The genius thing about our system is that everything can be controlled remotely by relatives, though for the seniors, only the handling is in the foreground. Our focus is, of course, on a senior-friendly and intuitive interface. This is us, and we are Homie Systems.
Thank you very much for that pitch. Now, please stop the screen share so we can see whether there are any questions from the jury. Is there anything on your side? Gerda, I think you're unmuted.
Yes. What's your USP? There are quite already some competitors, I would say. I remember one from Karlsruhe. What's your USP?
Yeah, I think there are different competitors. One, for example, is they make different apps, but we actually want to make a full system for them and give them the finished system. And we also want to connect it with a smartwatch system, which can collect data. So this, I think, is unique because none of the tablet system has a connection to a smartwatch system. And this connection can make special value for the relatives and also for the elderly people because they get like health data and so on.
All right, thank you. I think, Michael, you also raised your hand earlier.
Was the same question as Gerda.
Nice. Katharina?
How do you deal with the topic of superveillance? So elderly people may not be comfortable with your solution. Do you have any idea on how you want to take away their fears?
Yeah, we figured out that maybe our target customers is the relatives, and they can introduce also the product more to the elderly people. But we also want to build a service system like personal services, which allows them to ask questions every time when they want, and they are like introducing the application with the elderly people together. But the main focus is really on the intuitive interface to make it easy to use for everybody. And also it's like a passive device. For example, a smartwatch. We don't want that they interact with a tablet, maybe a little bit, but with a smartwatch, because we know that there's a problem of the usability with it. So our aim is only to collect data and to make the interface as easy as possible.
All right, thank you very much. So we have had 2 questions here now, and we're going to have to move on, unfortunately, just to make sure we're going to get through it tonight. So the next team we're going to be facing is PhysioFit app. If you guys are good to go, then feel free to share your screen. And
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you already.
Okay, perfect. I'll just share the PowerPoint, and my colleague will start.
All right, I can see your screen. That's good.
At the bottom.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to start now. The digitalization of healthcare in today's age is ever increasing. However, this is not quite the case for physiotherapy. Therefore, the solution is PhysioFit. Physiotherapists need a way to monitor their patients' self-therapy at home to ensure their safety. The solution is a software that connects physiotherapists and patients together, enabling them to track their progress. The software must be technologically advanced, convenient to use, and automatically synchronized. You guessed it, that is where PhysioFit comes in. Our team at PhysioFit consists of 4 team members, all of which are fitness enthusiasts, and 2 of which are international physiotherapy students. Since the kickoff, we've had new team members added to the team. We've narrowed down our app concept, we've clarified main customer personas, and we've designed our user interface.
For the MVP, functioning is basically patient and physio communication and a specialized interface. Video demonstrations authenticated by a physiotherapist for each exercise, and the ability to assign a patient's self-therapy plan. Our vision is to create a synergy between personalized rehabilitation, fitness, and well-being. Our customers consist of physiotherapists and their patients, clinics, and rehabilitation enthusiasts. Main revenue stream is subscriptions in the app by physiotherapy clinics and individual users. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that pitch. Please stop the screen share so we can see what the jury is thinking. Are there any questions on you guys' end?
Yeah.
All right.
I got one. How do you make sure that the exercises are carried out correctly?
So our plan is to have AI or programming that assesses the angles of the person when they're doing the exercise, or as a physio instructs the patient to do it, the video can show the patient exactly the correct form that they should perform it in.
Nice. All right.
You have an extremely difficult, or really a difficult, it's a great idea. There is not much competition, but there is a difficulty that there are different parties partaking in that business model. The one who pay, that's maybe the insurance. The one who has to do the advice, that's the physiotherapist and the patients. Do you have an idea how to get them together so that your business model works?
Yes, so as a physiotherapist, I know that there isn't much of this app in the market, and to connect the physiotherapist, we will have a communication channel with the patient. This will ensure clear communication within the app, and the exercises can be given to the patient through that connection.
And who pays?
It would be the clinic or the physiotherapy part of the hospital, and then the users are their patients who register under their membership.
All right, great. Thank you very much for that to both jury and the pitchers, pitchies. Either way, we're going to continue now with number 3 in the health and fitness realm. That's going to be I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right. Planche in 7 weeks. Is it planks in 7 weeks?
It's planche, I guess. Hi, thanks a lot. All right. I hope you can see the screen. It should be working. Let's start then.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, great.
All right, cool. So, hi guys, I'm Daniel, and I'm the developer of Planche in 7 weeks. That's a fitness app. First of all, first things first, what's a planche? Well, a planche is the exercise you can see on the picture on the icon. It's a relatively difficult street workout exercise. I think many of you are already familiar with, wait a second, sorry, okay, with this image or with the quote. My general idea was to develop a goal-oriented fitness app that's about learning new skills instead of just doing an exercise for a fixed amount of time that you don't really care about. And the planche is the first exercise I wanted to do it with because, first of all, I know the exercise well and I know many people doing it and wanting to learn it. Secondly, fitness trainers and gyms don't teach the exercise because it's a street workout exercise. And thirdly, users who are going to use the app really care about it. They're passionate about it because that's a really advanced exercise. And so I'll get valuable feedback. So far, I already developed an early version and put it in the Play Store. As you can see, I had a steady growth. Yesterday, it's been 308 users, and it keeps growing. The most important part for the growth is going to be referrals and customer referrals to others, because that leads to an exponential growth. In order to ensure that, it's really important to have a great product.
All right,
so
and that's easy to have. Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off there because the 90 seconds have elapsed.
Okay.
Please.
Fine.
Yeah, we are strict with the time limits today. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, what's the jury thinking? What kind of questions do you have?
Yeah, my question is, what is it that you could not tell us?
Yeah, the question was that the next step is to have a lovable product. So far, the product is in an early stage. It does its function, so it's viable, but it's not really high quality. So the retention rate is very low. It's like 15%. It could be much better. So it's important to have a good product.
Yeah.
All right. Michael?
Yes, I have a question. Like, I didn't understand it right. Do you show exercises, like, or how does it work?
Yes, exactly. There are different exercises that lead to the main exercise. They're like another version of that exercise that's slightly lower, but still, so far, you need to have a pretty advanced fitness level in order to be able to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there another question on the jury's team? That seems to not be the case. In that case, we're going to be moving on to bonus for sleep. Are you guys ready? Feel free to share your screen.
Yes. One moment.
Nice. I can see your screen, Dennis. I can hear you really well already.
All right.
Yep.
So we are Bonus for Sleep. We started out 5 weeks ago, and we strive to make employees healthier and more productive by enabling companies to incentivize sufficient sleep. So sleep, it's very important for your personal health and productivity. Insufficient sleep increases the risk of mistakes, impairs your creativity, and much more. It's estimated that bad sleep costs about 1,700 euros per employee every year. The problem is companies cannot directly influence their employees' sleep. So we want to enable companies to incentivize sufficient sleep for their employees. We want to lead employees to a healthier life by motivating them to sleep more. And we do all this in a way that's anonymous between company and employee by using a special mapping scheme. By the way, we already have one letter of intent. So how does it work? We leverage existing sleep tracker technology to assess whether an employee sleeps sufficiently. And for any week of sufficient sleep, the bonus increases. In the end of each month, the employee can receive a voucher of choice. We have a monthly subscription rate of 10 euros per employee per month in a company. We also charge a 20% commission on each bonus paid out. Oops, damn it. So our team consists of Michael and me, Dennis. We know each other from our bachelor studies where we already had some successful projects together. And our progress in the last 5 weeks, we started out with only the idea and the team. And now we have a first version of the mobile app. We are running surveys to assess our critical hypotheses. And we're conducting company interviews via LinkedIn. As I mentioned, we already got our first LOI. So,
great.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, guys. Please stop the screen share so I can see where the hands are at. We'll just close the app, but the screen share is still running. Anyway, if there's somebody in the jury who wants to ask a question, feel free to already go ahead.
Yeah. How do you actually want to measure the performance improvement of the employees? Like, I would guess that you have to pitch an return on investment for the companies.
Team, you guys seem to be muted. We cannot hear anybody speaking. Bonus for sleep. I think the connection died. Yeah, probably. Well, I think we still have the screen share as well now. Anyway, I think we're going to be moving on, and we're going to see whether... Are you guys back? This does not seem to be the case. All right, we're going to go move on to FitCo for now, but just in case...
I had a Wi-Fi connection issue.
Oh, you're back. All right. Did you hear the question again? Bonus for sleep. Can you hear us?
They went to sleep.
This does not seem to be the case. All right, so we're going to give them a second to come back.
Right. So now it should work. Do you hear me?
Yes, Dennis, I can hear you. Did you get the question from Sebastian?
No, sorry, I didn't hear
it. I can repeat. I was curious about how could you measure the performance improvement that you're actually generating for the employees, and also that your customers, the employers, are paying you for?
Yes, so first of all, there are a lot of studies that show that more sleep leads to, or more sufficient sleep leads to better performance in the job in many aspects. So that's sure. And what we can measure is how the sleep of an employee improves by the bonus he can receive. So we can measure the change in behavior. And if the sleep pattern gets better and the employee sleeps more sufficiently, then we can also conclude that the performance in the job increases, indirectly, of course.
Okay, thank you very much. Was there a second question from the jury? This is not the case. So we're going to move on now to FitCo. Are you guys ready? Feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves.
Yes, thank you. Just one sec.
Right. We can already hear you, Simon. That's good. And we can see your screen as well.
There we go. Great. So I would just start. Hello, everyone. My name is Simon, and welcome to the pitch of our app FitCo. So first of all, what have we done in the past month? In November, we developed our concept of the app. We want to help people to maintain or gain their fitness by answering the three following questions. Where, how, and with whom do I do sports? To solve the first question, we offer a natively integrated map where you can search for sport places, for example, basketball courts or calisthenic parks, as marked here. Therefore, now we know where to go, but what should we do once we're there? Therefore, you'll find guidelines, training concepts, or game rules in the app which should inspire your workout. For a time after the pandemic, we aim to bring people together who want to do sports together. By providing an integrated meetup and friends function, you're able to meet you through the app connected with a community platform, like Patrick and Johannes training in the Südstadt, or me looking for mates for a spikeball match. Let's talk about our work in December and our business model. We figured out to offer a free but ad-powered version and an ad-free but monthly paid version. Currently, we're still working on some premium features for the paying customers. The rest of December and January, we want to focus on finishing our app prototype and getting a beta launch started. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Thank you very much, Simon, for that. Please now stop sharing your screen. Yes. And we're going to hand it off to the jury for questions. Are there any such in the house? I cannot see any hands in the air for now. That seems to be okay. We don't have to have questions. Just a note from my side. I couldn't for the life of me find a track with floodlights this spring. So if you can find one of those for me, that would be quite lovely, actually.
All right, we'll look after that.
Anyway, we're moving on with this. This closes actually the health and fitness section for us. And we're moving on to engineering and big data. So we have a couple startups pitching here. First one is Terrain Technologies. Are you guys ready? Feel free to share your screen and let us know where you guys are at.
I guess if you could, can you guys see my screen?
I can see your screen. I can already hear you, Armand, as well.
Can you still see it?
Yes.
All right. So we'll go on now. So can I start?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yep. So we are Terrain Technologies, and we are here to provide you with the world's best 3D printers. Like the ones which are already operating are not that fast. They are like good, but they're really costly. And like the ones who are really fast and produce high quality products, they are really, really costly. So who we are a professional team members and one of our team members who is already a co-owner of two startups, which are Docked and Card, which you can just Google and you'll find them. And why do we want to get into the 3D printing industry? Because it is going to expand by $35 billion by 2024. Now, what is the problem? Like the first, I guess it's just, let's relate to cars. Like people who used to drive old cars, and now the ones who are driving the new cars, they're driving them because they are faster. We can race them on the autobahn because we actually could. We wouldn't be able to race a car at like a 50-mile speed. We are racing an AMG at 200 miles, and we bought it. Why? Because it's faster and it's cheaper, and it's also more sustainable than compared to the other cars. And that's the same thing with our 3D printers. We are more efficient, we are more faster, and we are more sustainable. And compared with the market, at the moment, we are really cheaper. Now, what is going to be a target market? It's going to be India and Europe mostly, and our potential clients are going to be schools, hobbyists, startups, job shops, and manufacturers. And why are we targeting this market? Because there is low manufacturing labor cost in India. There is a Make in India campaign.
I'm afraid
That's fine. That's fine. I was mostly done. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to hand it off to the jury so they can ask you more specifically what they're interested in, if that's the case. I was already thinking it's a great idea to have a video, so you cannot exceed the time because it's going to hold you to the time limit anyway. But you can see it anyway. So if you don't mind, please stop sharing your screen. And are there any questions from the jury to ask more specifically about some issues? I think, Katarina, I can already see your hands.
Okay, thank you. Just because maybe it was just with me, but I understood you really badly in the beginning. Maybe I just wanted to ask you to once more just say in like 1 or 2 sentences what it is that you do.
Oh, we are making 3D printers. And we are making them faster, cheaper, and also sustainable than the ones which are already in the market.
And how do you manage to do that?
It's because our manufacturing costs are less, and we have a new technology in our hand, which we discovered by ourselves because we already have 2 startups. So in that, we used to work on 3D printers, and we realized they could be made better. And that's how we got to our final product. We already have a prototype, and I wasn't able to show it, which was the worst thing. We already have a prototype.
Do you want to sell the product, the 3D printer, or do you want to sell a service?
We are selling the product. We are selling the whole 3D product, and also its components like filaments, which are used to make 3D products.
All right. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I think we have a really good picture now of what you guys do and where you guys are at. With that in mind, we're going to be moving on to Thor. I wish I had a hammer now. Anyway, if you guys are keen, feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves for your pitch.
Yeah, we hear. Can you hear us? Can you see the screen?
I can hear you. I can see your screen, and I can see your mic.
Perfect. So, did anyone you know recently buy an e-bike? Like my mom, who bought one to travel, eco-friendly and corona-free. She loved the trip through France, but the battery stressed her out. With the biggest battery available, she only had about 80 kilometers of range, and in 3 years, only half will be left. Every time the battery went empty, she obviously had to recharge it, but where? There aren't many charging stations. So she had to ask in restaurants and cafes if she could recharge. But that takes about 4 hours, and she had to stay there the whole time because she was afraid of thieves. We at Mothor want my mom and everyone traveling on e-bikes to ride free of charging worries. So we'll install charging spots where you can not only normally charge and lock your bike, but also swap your empty Mothor battery for a full one as quick and easy as refilling your water bottle. And thanks to our special batteries, other electric vehicles will at some point also be able to swap their batteries at the exact same stations.
5 weeks ago, we had basically nothing but an idea. Now we have completed technical sketches of the system, contacted several patent lawyers, found a workshop to build our first prototype, which we started working on, and have made good progress on our business plan. We have also extended our network, talked to old contacts, pitched our idea in front of 24 potential benefactors, found a mentor at Axel Energy, and Professor Mattison of the EPEC offered us his support. We also built our own website, established ourselves in some social media networks. So please visit our website, follow us on Instagram, and stay tuned for more.
All right, thank you guys. Please now stop sharing your screen again, and we're going to see what questions there are from the jury. Is there any question on the floor right now? Katarina, I see your hand still clapping. But
how many? Yeah. I got a question. How many different sizes and kinds of batteries are there for e-bikes? Like, would you have to really develop a battery of your own, or could you also work with existing systems?
Well, we would have both for our stations. So normal e-bikes could normally charge, but our batteries, well, we would have to develop 2 or 3 sizes depending on what customers expect. And yeah, that's it. So our batteries can be installed extra on the e-bikes, or, and that we'll have to look later into, we'll have to work with e-bike manufacturers to implement our batteries into the product when you buy it.
Okay, thank you. We also have Michael raising his hand for a question.
Yes, 2 questions, where do you want to install the stations? Like, how does it work, and how do you gonna pay? How does a customer pay for the service and for the electricity?
Yeah, at first we want to install our stations on the Radweg Romantische Straße, which is from Würzburg to Füssen, and has about 1 million visitors per year. So we'll have to install about 10 stations, and our revenue will come from selling the stations to the city, for example, or to private people. And we'll also have the revenue like a few cents per kilowatt hour every time the batteries are exchanged or something is charged.
Okay, thank you very much. That gave us a nice picture of what you guys' plan is. Now, it's quite a distance from Würzburg all the way through Füssen, but sounds like a beautiful ride. Anyway, we're now moving on to the third startup in the engineering big data space, which is ShopSite. Are you guys good to go? Feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
I will share my screen.
Yep, it is.
Right.
I can see it. Yep.
Hi, we are ShopSite, and we want to provide AI-based video analytics for shopping insights. We have observed that online stores are gathering lots and lots of data about their customers, which means that they have competitive advantage and significant competitive advantage over local stores. In local stores, however, we have observed that the customer is still mainly a black box because they cannot collect this data and so cannot extract detailed insights about their customers and their behaviors. However, what we do have in shopping centers, we have lots of installed security cameras, and can with those things we can detect thousands of in-store events, which we could use for further analysis. And that's why with ShopSite we want to open this black box customer by using computer vision and video analytics to provide deep anonymized customer insights for our partners. Our partners, which are mostly shopping centers and shopping malls, will have following advantages. We identify customer segments and behaviors automatically, cover the full customer journey from arrival to departure. We want to be significantly more, or we will be significantly more accurate than existing solutions with Bluetooth Low Energy and Wi-Fi. And we are 100% GDPR compliant by using video anonymization tools for the visual data. So far, since the kickoff, we have defined the idea, developed first use cases, did a first business model canvas iteration, and implemented first proof of concepts. We identified our customers, get in touch with them. And now after the midterm, the next steps will be having the meeting with the customers, update our business model canvas based on those insights, and implement a prototype and also implement a pilot project with one of the partners.
All right, I'm going to have to cut you guys off right at this point. Thank you very much for that pitch. Please stop the screen share at this point, and we're going to see what the questions are from the jury. We see Sebastian clapping his hands in the chat.
Can you tell us what your traction on the customer side is looking right now, and how do you plan to get login from your customers, and that you're not having a one-time fee, for example?
What was the question again? Could you?
Like, how's your progress that you're making on the customer side, like validation and maybe some pilot projects, and also how do you build in login of customers into your business model?
Yeah, so we have contacted many customers. The problem with B2B solutions, of course, is that it's always a long time until we get a meeting with them. So we are already in contact with the Ettlinger Tor in the ECE group, which own a lot of shopping centers in whole Germany. However, we didn't manage yet to get the meeting, so it will probably be after the midterm at some point. And so far we couldn't have access to real customers to ask them what their opinions are on that and what use cases are especially important for them. But this will come soon after the midterm.
Okay, thank you. Katharina, you've also seem to be having a question.
Yeah, just so I can grasp better what you're actually doing, could you give me an example of an insight that you would generate, or of a scenario at which you gather data?
So we want to extract really the full customer journey when they arrive at the shopping center. We want to identify how they came. Did they came by car or by bicycle, for example? Then which to which stores did they go in Ettlinger Tor? And also how much time did they spend in those shops? And with those insights, we can really identify different customer segments and cluster their behaviors, and can provide a tool for example, Ettlinger Tor, where they can simulate the future interests of people in specific stores, and also can see where are the most people going, and where could we place a new shop, for example, based on this insights on the customer behavior.
Could you explain to me how you would be a GDPR compliant while at the same time getting the data from people arriving and how they arrive all the way through their shopping experience? How do you ID them without breaking personal data concerns?
Yeah. So first of all, we only want to work with anonymized data, so there will be a face blurring for all of the visual data. And then we will track the people from based on their outer appearance, for example. But we will not store this information. We will just store like personal data, maybe only the gender and the age group. And we will only track the path they went. But we could not, from this information, we cannot go back to who they actually were.
Okay, thank you very much for this. With that, we're now going to move on to data flares. Keeping it in the data field, you guys feel free to share your screen and unmute your mics.
Yes, hello. Can you hear us and can you see the screen?
Loud and clear, and also clear.
Great. So
Now we're proposing quite the opposite of what just has been shown. What if a user for us on the internet does not want to be tracked? So a couple of weeks ago, we started with nothing more than a thought. What if instead of preventing data tracking on the internet, we flood analysts with additional data? Just two business guys having an idea about data privacy. We found Grow on the internet and we signed up. So off we went, built a pitch deck, took part in the workshops, created business plan and a landing page, and talked to mentors and experts. We educated ourselves on the topic and continuously shaped our idea, which led us to, well, where we are now.
1. We concretized our idea to a software solution to simulate consumer behavior in order to distract behavior analysis. In other words, we want to give people back the power over their own data by hiding it in simulation. 2. We found our niche as a solution that, in contrary to its main competitors, doesn't block tracking but blurs with additional data. That works not purely random, but as a controlled random simulation, an approach that hasn't been seen before. 3. While starting to conceptualize and code an MVP, we decided to make data flares an open source project. We are currently on the verge to launch it in the open source community and get the internet's coding power behind the cause. 4. While the source code will be accessible for free, there remains a lot of potential for future commercialization. We defined personas and drafted a business model. Next to building a classic freemium model, we came up with a plug-and-play hardware solution.
Overall, we're still very much at the beginning, yet proud of the progress we've made so far. So if you want us to continue to grow, we count on your voice in Grow. Thank you.
I adore that last line. Please, thank you very much for that. Please stop sharing the screen so we can see who of the jury members.
Yeah.
I can see Sebastian and Katharina. Sebastian, you want to kick it off?
Yes, maybe you can talk about the status quo. Like, when do you plan to go live?
Well, what do you mean with go live? Like actually launching a final product or just starting the MVP?
Yes. Like the final product.
So that's a good question. First, we need to have a real good product. So currently we're starting to code something, and maybe beginning somewhere mid of next year, we're ready to have a product or a software solution that actually works and that can be deployed in the internet for actual customers.
Okay, thank you. Katharina, are you good, or do you still have a follow-up there?
I'm good.
All right, nice.
I would have one.
All right, Michael.
Sure. Yeah, it's actually the question. You had the previous group, and I would consider that kind of a virtual match right into the opposite. What about the pricing? Could I like destroy the plans of the previous group with your device, just getting me into the position with €1 or something? What is the approach there?
Well, interesting question. I would say, like, first, it's two different fields. Like, we're more concerned with like surfing on the internet, not walking through shopping malls, because it's hard to like simulate data if you actually have to walk somewhere. But it's easier to simulate surfing data of somebody Googling something virtually. But yeah, technically, if you take the Googling example, our goal is to hinder people on the internet that try to track other people.
Interesting. So big kudos to Tony for putting those two pitches back to back. With that in mind, we're going to go to the third one, see how that fits in there. It's going to be Upflow Tech. You guys feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm sharing the screen. Just a second, please.
Nice, I can already hear you. And there's your screen coming up. Yeah, there it is. Nice.
Okay. Now I have to. Okay, then if I can start, then.
Yep, you're good to go.
Analysts show that ERP software is lacking in satisfaction and innovation. Furthermore, digitalization in companies advance only slowly, and when attempts are made to fight it, around 80% of projects fail. We see as one of the main reasons the lack of competence with digital systems, along with a wrong perception of employees. Our solution implements a modular microservice-driven architecture and a human-centric design approach, which empowers employees to design their own tool with ease. Those employees do not have to squeeze themselves into processes imposed by a system, but work more efficiently with what they are familiar with. Our solution reduces the TCO considerably, and those increase your return on investment. our USP is enabled to companies to stick to their own workflows and those to increase efficiency and satisfaction. We aim to achieve this by providing the necessary tools to design workflows, consulting and continuous support to realize the vision, and finally provide hosting and implementation of the microservices, which also represents our income strategy.
I will show you how we did grow since the first grow session. As we started from scratch, we first named our company and set up a domain, web page, and email address. To validate our hypothesis, we interviewed customers about our solution and got extremely positive feedback. Everybody wanted a working solution, but most of the time we invested into architecture design, which is our most valuable asset, of course. The development itself has started now, so we are in the search of a partner for an MVP application. Our next steps are partner acquisition for the MVP and the search for additional developers. So come join us if you want.
Thank you. Tagging on that call from the kickoff as well. Please now stop sharing the screen. Thank you, Mitch. You guys got it down. I see you're unmuted.
Yes, you said the architecture is one of the core things. Could you comment on that? What exactly is your architecture?
Well, the microservice architecture is kind of the core thing here. So if you imagine, you can split up everything in your software. You can rearrange the things and exchange the things and make it therefore maintainable and connectable. So the idea is everybody in your company can rearrange things and make it profitable and inventive.
Okay, but I don't get how you can comply to processes and workflows, which you mentioned.
Well, you can arrange, you can structure processes into, you can connect small modules and rearrange them so they are working processes. Like in standard ERP software, there's always given processes hardcore implemented in software. And with our modular approach, you can rearrange those processes and exchange them so it really fits onto your company.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, both of you. I don't see any more raised hands or any of the like from the jury. So with that, we are going to move on to the last pitch from the engineering and big data side, that is PTS Puppeteers. Guys, feel free to unmute yourselves and share your screen.
Oh, no, I think you missed us.
Yeah.
Oh, track it. I'm sorry. Oh God, I need another Red Bull. Somebody. No, track it. It's you guys. Obviously, track it. Feel free to share your screens. It's you guys. We're gonna have PTS Puppeteers right after.
Yes. All right. So we are ready to start.
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine you're standing in such a factory hall and you have to find a very specific small asset that another employee has produced. But now the employee is on vacation this week or sick or just can't be found. The search could take quite a long time. And now imagine again that there are stations and Bluetooth tags installed, which you could use via an app on your smartphone to directly find the position of the asset. We are trying to develop such a system to reduce unnecessary search times.
In the last 30 days, we developed our first ready-to-install station. They are built using off-the-shelf components to minimize production costs and certification expenditure. Opting for battery power, we are able to deploy even faster. Furthermore, we refined our mobile app. Operators can now see each asset on the respective floor plan and get all the information to localize the required parts.
What have we done so far? We have developed our MVP and are ready to install it. We have also already convinced Romelac as a pilot customer and are in talks with a logistics manager from Daimler Trucks and Buses. And we have also won the company Telonik as a sales and implementation partner and convinced strong mentors of our idea who support us both in sales and technical activities. The next steps will be to install our product in a plant of Romelac as soon as the Corona measures allow. And in the midterm, we would like to acquire further pilot customers and raise capital in the long term to scale up the development of our product. Thank you for your attention.
Solid pitch. Thank you, guys. And sorry again for missing you there on that list. Let's please stop sharing exactly, and let's see what the questions are from the jury right now. Michael, I can see your hand is right up there.
Yes, one more question. Like, can you give us some more examples where we can use your technology?
Yeah, very good question. Basically, you can imagine all special machine builders who could be our customers. So for example, Romelac is a machine builder of machines that can fill up pharma products. So for example, also the Corona vaccine can be filled up in those machines that they build. And basically all companies that have such special machines, like producing in very small lot sizes, are of special interest for us.
All right, thank you. Now we also have Sebastian.
Yeah, Gerard, go ahead.
All right, good.
What about the competition? I think I already saw things like that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question because I had some problems.
Okay, what about the competition? I think I already saw things like that.
Yes, that's a good point. And you're totally right. There are already companies that try to build such a system, but we already got the feedback from the CEO of Romelac that he also was already searching for companies that could provide such a system. But the problem is that they are all very expensive. They are very expensive, and this is not like fitting to medium-sized companies like Romelac. And this is maybe the pain that we want to hit, that we go in this medium-sized company market in Germany, especially.
All right, thank you. Beautiful. So I think that has now been enough teasing of the PTS Puppeteers. Thanks, guys from Trackit. PTS Puppeteers, you may now share your screen and unmute yourselves if you are ready to go now. See, you are.
Yeah.
The screen is there ready. Problem statement. And I can hear something in the mic as well.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good.
You're good. Yeah.
All right. As you can see in the headline of the community of the gaming genre are screaming louder and louder for innovation. They lost joy and curiosity. And yeah. Hello and welcome. We are PTS Puppeteers. Our team consists of me and Jan, and we are both students. We have with a favor for computer science and startups. Our solution is to create an innovative video game where the user creates his own movement sequences like a puppeteers. This technology will open new doors. We want to add features like machine learning motion capturing for the user, and also later neural network enemies with their own movements. Yeah. We focus on the business part and develop our business model and advanced market analysis and so on. The team grew by one member who is responsible for the business part. Finally, after we have a good overview of the bunch of business indicators, we focus on the development on the MVP. And now we can increase the number of employees. We connected with a lot of experts like, oh my God. Yeah, as you can see, all in all, we have defined the problem we want to solve. Our green team grew, developed a business strategy, and enlarge a professional network. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for moving swiftly in the end. Please now. And let's see what sorts of questions, I can still see your screen. Let's see what sorts of questions we have from the jury. Can't see any hands up in the air yet. If there are none coming, that's no problem at all. Katharina, there you are.
When did you start with your idea? And I saw that you were powered by Grenke. Could you explain that?
Powered by Grenke? What do you mean with powered by Grenke? So yeah.
That was a photo.
That was the picture. It's good marketing.
Yeah. So we start with on November, and we are in early station. And yeah, what was the question again?
Oh, it was just when you were when you did actually start.
Yeah, in November, yes.
Nice. All right. Is there another question from the jury?
Yeah, I'm wondering what is the biggest challenge to your business model, or the biggest threat you have identified so far?
So the challenge is to make this game user-friendly, and is a big challenge. And we came to the solution that we want to make a neural machine learning motion capturing, and the biggest threat is of course indie gamer, a developer, and they of course they can, when they have enough money, copy this idea, but nowadays they have no genre like this. So we combine simulation and multiplayer games.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, reminder, if there's two of you in the call, make sure whoever is the second partner is muted so we don't get any echoes from the background. But thank you to the PTS puppeteers, as we're now moving on to the final section, final sector, that is platforms and apps. We're going to have just a few more pitches right here before we head on over to our keynote speech, and for the judges to head on over to their chambers where they will decide on the final victors of tonight's competition. First off, though, in the platforms and apps section, we have Unite to Dine. Are we having dinner?
Yeah, if it's possible.
Nice. Right, so share your screen, I can already hear you.
Yeah, now it should work.
Yep, I can see it.
If it's working.
Oh, that looks like a Tinder clone.
Not quite. Oh, well, now, I'm Toby, and allow me to present why Unite to Dine will get its own share of the $3.2 billion online dating market. Online dating nowadays is fundamentally broken. Dating apps on the market try to convince the users that getting a lot of matches and chats is more fulfilling than an actual date. Therefore, millennials spend around 10 hours a week on swiping and chatting in the sea of never-ending choices. On top of this, over half of the US female users report incidences of sexually explicit messages or images they didn't ask for, or constant harassment after declining to contact the person. That's where Unite to Dine comes to play. First, at Unite to Dine, woman's choice applies. Based on recommendations of the algorithm, the female user can choose which man she would like to meet and directly suggest the restaurant or cafe. If the invitation is accepted by him, the next contact is already away from the screen in the venue of choice. The unbeatable advantage, instead of writing back and forth for a long time, dreaming up ideals in your head which might not be met, you can find out directly, in a safe space, whether the person sitting in front of you has the potential you were hoping for. Explicit messages or harassment afterwards get eradicated. During Grow, I managed to widen my network by a lot, conducted a thorough market analysis, started validating the idea, and spoke to competitors and drafted the first prototype. And that's Unite to Dine.
Ah, that's really interesting. Thank you very much.
So not quite in that.
Clone at all. So please, if you don't mind, stop the screen share so we can see
yeah, sorry, wait.
How the jury feels about this. Any questions from jury?
Yeah. Can you elaborate a little bit on your progress that you've made with regards to user acquisition, and who do you think, what are the channels for this?
Yeah, well, the channels first is I contacted some persons which are very active in female groups on Facebook and other social medias to conduct the first market research, because obviously my aim is to target this special field. And if they say, yeah, well, this idea works and we really want this, this makes this idea more valuable. So my first aim is to take those, like the empowerment, and then again, also direct to the restaurants, because the main idea is that the restaurants also benefit. So we provide special restaurants within the app, so they get free marketing and can offer like special treatment for the guests and bind their new customers as well. So it's a two-way street, more or less.
Interesting. Are there any further questions from the jury? Katharina?
Well, first of all, obviously, I'd like to know where your pain originated. So how did you come up with the idea, or is there like a female perspective in your team, or are you doing this by yourself? So what's your motivation?
My motivation actually was my brother, because he broke up with his girlfriend 1 year ago and like did a lot of online dating, was really frustrated. And on the same, it was like all the persons he wrote to were really defensive and said like, well, we don't like the harassment. Obviously he didn't do it, so no offense on that, but it's just like, I spoke to lots of persons and they were all like addressing the same. And while doing the research online as well, and all the forums I looked up, the first two things always were like, oh, well, there's like harassment. We don't like to be objectified. And on the other page, like, oh, we write with so many persons, we don't really want to know what we want. So this approach aims at like bringing the people together faster in a safer space without the like useless writing all the time and harassment.
All right, thank you guys. I'd love to keep chatting about online dating for the next half hour, but we're gonna have to move on to the next group, which is Hoo Hoo. You guys, feel free to share your screen and unmute yourselves.
So good evening.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you beautifully, yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
And the screen is coming up as well. Right, here it is. Everybody knows. Nobody else.
Yes.
Can we start?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay. 20% of the teens were victims of cyberbullying in 2019, which can lead to horrible consequences. As an example, the tragically suicide of an only 11-year-old girl last year in Berlin. Corona increases the use of social media, but it also increases the app use. So this is why we, as a society, have to face this problem and we have to do something about it because we have to protect the youngest part of our society. And I am pretty sure that you guys know at least 2 of the apps we're showing here as an example.
But now it's enough. We want to help, but we do not only believe in ideas, unfinished mock-ups or promises. That's why we've built an app in the last 4 weeks. It's called Hoo Hoo, and it's not only a concept. Hoo Hoo is a social quiz app, while the question is a compliment and the answers are your friends. Here you can see the technical development of our feed section, where you receive your Hoo Hoos. The latest version has been influenced by our users' feedback.
Our target market are students at the age of 11 to 18. Only in Germany, that sums up to 3.8 million students. In the future, we begin to internationalize Hoo Hoo and fight cyberbullying in even more countries. To refinance our costs, we offer in-app purchases and sometimes show subtle ads. We have different possibilities to enter the market, for example, through schools, youth facilities, and the Ministry of Culture. So that's our app. That's Hoo Hoo. Thanks for your attention. Now we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, guys. Hoo Hoo. Please now stop sharing the screen so we can see what the jury has to ask. Katharina, I can already see your hands.
I think I'm always just like forgetting to put it down. But actually, I think it's a great idea. I like that you're basically turning the whole concept of mobbing around and like pursuing an idea where you multiply encouragement. What I'm interested in is your business model in this case. How would you like to generate revenue?
Yes, we have already implemented a little bit of ads, AdMob. We are using AdMob, but we look to use it subtle. So we do not want to flash our users with too much of ads. And furthermore, we also, because we are some kind of a fusion between a game and social media, we are offering in-app purchases. And we look forward to implementing affiliate marketing. But as I said, it should be as subtle as possible to not distract our users. Yes?
What would an in-app purchase look like?
Yes, when you're answering a question or when you're sending a Hoo Hoo, so we call it that way, you are receiving points. And with these points, you can buy you more compliments to send, or you can relieve the pain points. And if you do not have these points because you already spent all of them, you can purchase more of them in our shop.
That's an interesting dynamic. Thank you. Sebastian, do you have an urgent additional question?
Actually, thanks for this and for the opportunity. Congratulations on shipping the app so far. Can you tell us how many active users do you have to date?
Yes. Oh, Sven?
Yeah, so we launched the app first with a closed beta, so we launched it with a few friends, and it was about 15. And since the beginning of December, we launched public, And nowadays we have roughly about 70 users.
Cool.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's already quite a start. Now, with that in mind, we're going to be moving on once again to Conch Tick. Oh, I can already see a screen. Wow, that was swift. I can't hear you yet.
Yeah, could you see my screen?
Now I can see a screen. I can hear you. You're good to go.
Okay, now I can start.
Yep.
Okay, hello everybody. Today I want to introduce our app named Tick, which is designed for which is designed for making the talks valuable. For example, the users could pay for the talks when they feel lonely or need help from others, and when they want to talk with the celebrities. And they can also sell the talks when they become famous and when they become helpful to others. And here comes the characters of this app. We want to make the talks in private and also make the talks valuable. And the users could get some incomes from the talks, and they can also have the chances to talk with the celebrities or superstars. And here comes the ways of making our app more popular. The first is the website we have designed. The second is the official account in WeChat, also in China. And we put different focuses of marketing in different places. In Asia, it would be emotional talks, and in Europe, it would be helpful talks. And here comes the time schedule. And in the midterm, we have finished the basic version and detailed function of the app, and then the analysis of marketing, and also some other advertisements method like the website and the WeChat. And maybe before the final pitch, we could release the first version of the Tick app, and to get some test of the users. And here comes the team of Tick members and other, yeah.
All right.
So, thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right, please stop sharing the screen. Excellent. Are there any questions on the floor, or are those leftover hands from earlier? Not sure. I'm seeing Sebastian and Katarina. All right, the hands are gone. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have some anyway. So maybe you can talk a little bit about your vision. What's the compelling thing for you?
Actually, we want to let users to make money by talking with others. Like when they have some knowledge, like the law or medicine, and some other people need help from these people, and they can pay for the talk. And also the people can talk with some famous people, or like when they feel lonely or need help, and they can talk with some expertise of psychology to make them feel better. So people could not only waste the time online talking, and they can make money by talking with others.
Nice, thank you. Is there a follow-up question now from any of the jury members? This does not appear to be the case. So we will move into the last four. Bait, you guys are up next. Feel free to share your screen and unmute your mics, or mic.
Hi there, everybody. I'm just about to share my screen.
Yes.
We actually did it a little different and prepared a little video for you guys. So if you can see the screen, I would say just give it a go.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
We are Bait, the instant group payment service. One of the most important tasks since the kickoff was to find clarity about our customer and his needs. We discovered that actively asking for money is a huge pain, and as we'll see in the end, we have the perfect solution to fit that problem. Since the kickoff, we developed a first MVP, are in contact with the KD2 lab to test and evaluate it, and created a first basic homepage. We also conducted a detailed competitor and market analysis. Our network is constantly growing. We have a lot of experienced advisors, several payment service providers, and the Adventure Box in Karlsruhe who will possibly cooperate with us. Besides that, we take place in a bunch of competitions. And next, we will show you a short introduction to Bait.
This is our app. You can register for free using your phone number and any possible payment option. After registration, you can log in and have an overview of currently existing groups and their activities. Let's assume you already created a group, the roommates, and you want to buy stuff for your dinner party tonight. You can directly select Pay Now from your group and pay contactless at a supermarket terminal, just like paying for yourself. The amount is then directly split among you and your roommates. Without any further ado, everybody pays his or her share. You can see the latest activities on the bottom. If you'd like to create a new group for a new event, it is just as easy as creating a WhatsApp group. Just select the members here and add them. We three are actually looking for a new team member. If you're interested in app development, please contact us.
Ooh, all right. Thank you guys very much. We had some people watching YouTube earlier as well, so maybe there's going to be somebody for you there. Katharina, those hands are they just popped up, so I reckon that's a fresh question from you.
Thank you. What's different with your solution compared to Splitwise?
Good question. Actually, if you use Splitwise, the processes of paying a bill and asking for money for the bill, they are separated from each other. And we are sure that using mobile payment, you can put those two processes together. So nobody has to advance money and nobody has to ask for money. You can just not pay for a group and ask for money. You can directly pay as a total group, and everybody only has to pay his or her share of the bill. So there's no putting the bill into Splitwise, no asking for money, because we found out that the process of asking for money doesn't matter if you perform it with Splitwise or PayPal. It's a huge pain for the customers.
All right, thank you.
An additional question regarding
yes.
You're somehow a regular payment provider in that sense. Do you have any pressure to meet regulatory?
Definitely, yeah. We are actually currently in contact with those payment providers. Luckily, there are a lot of banking as a service providers, so we can use their service as, for example, emitting a credit card or a debit card without being a bank. So we can use their licenses and stick to current laws.
All right, thank you. Those are, I reckon, were the two key points. So we will now take the step and move on to the local one. Are you guys ready? Oh yeah, there's a screen coming ready, Han.
Exactly.
Yep. I can't hear you yet.
Now you can hear me, maybe?
I can hear you now, and I can see the presentation full screen. Nice.
Okay, so let's go. Okay, one thing COVID has shown us for sure is that there's almost no limit to online retail. But now think about your own day-to-day or even Christmas gift shopping. Are you also still running around the city and going to this or that local shop because only they can make this phenomenal product in the way you know and love it? We believe this marketing is going online as well, and it will happen soon. The only question left is how? We know customers want a single platform, not a disaggregated market. They are price sensitive when it comes to delivery fees, love short shipping times, and have an emotional bond to their local shops. And that's why we created the local one. So where are we right now? We started a few weeks ago with nothing more than the problem we wanted to solve. Through different business modeling tools and a lot of personal interviews, we now defined a detailed market position with our value proposition, partners, revenue model, order and delivery processes, as well as our whole brand identity with marketing channels and a landing page. Over the Christmas time, we will conduct more large scale but less detailed surveys and finalize our backbone, the web shop. With the local shops hopefully opening up in January again, our goal is to start operations in February. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Finishing ahead of timing a little bit. So please stop the screen share with that in mind, and let's see what the questions are from the jury. I reckon those hands are still left over from just earlier.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, but I'm not really. I mean, the idea has been around quite a while. Are you aware of why it has not happened so far? What's the?
We think one of the problems is that a lot of competitors really focus on very short shipping times. So they do point-to-point delivery, which is very expensive, like with a Radcourier or something in Karlsruhe. And our goal is to collect many orders throughout the day and then aggregate all of them and go around all of the shops in Karlsruhe, collect all the goods, and then redistribute in a round two again. So we don't have to travel point to point, and with that we hope we can have a good scaling effect and reduce the cost.
Interesting take. Is there another question? That does not appear to be the case, so we will actually then move on to takes. Take Z. Feel free to guys to share screen and unmute yourselves.
Do you mean stakes, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Wasn't sure yet. Okay, let me start. Share my screen with my second account.
Sweet.
Unfortunately, it's not working on the cam is not working on my notebook.
No worries, but I can see the screen. And you're in presentation mode. All right.
Okay, great. So, hey everyone, my name is Ferdinand and I'm one of the 3 co-founders of Stakes. And Stakes has the vision to help gamers to turn their hobby into a profession. Not every gamer has the courage to stream all day or use Instagram to build and leverage his audience to monetize their hobby. But how can you help gamers without an audience to monetize their skills? Well, we tapped into something called wagers. Wagers are used by gamers to play against each other for money. They wager on themselves, they play against each other, and the winner earns the money. The problem we are facing here is that there are a lot of scammers out there. Usually the gamers find each other on Discord or Twitter and agree to play against each other via direct message. But the winner will never receive the money without a trusted third party. And here comes Stakes into play. With Stakes, we are providing an infrastructure for gamers to play wagers in a controlled environment, connect with people, and delivering a great user experience that gamers love. At the moment, we do have over 200 sign-ups, 10 weekly active users, and 50 games per week with an average prize pool of €5 where we earn 10% of each transaction on our platform. The gaming market is growing at lightning speed. The $1.8 billion competitive gaming industry is growing with a compound annual growth rate of 24%, and it just has started. But that's not all. We have found a way to enable gamers to earn an active and passive income with our platform. Now you're probably wondering, how? Well, if you want to figure that out, then we need to meet us again in the finals.
Nice. Thank you very much for that pitch. Please stop the screen share now so we can see what the jury is doing. Are there any questions to Ferdinand and the gang? This does not appear to be the case. They're already just done and happy and waiting for your final pitch. I don't know.
Also
Michael.
great.
Like I have a question. Like, how does a payment model works? Like, how do you get the money from one side to the other?
Okay, so the idea is that currently it's working like that the people pay us, or send us the money via PayPal or credit card. We get the money and we use the money on the platform and translate it into our own currency. It's called stakes. And €1 is 100 stakes, and they use the stakes for play against each other. And at the end, we translate it back into euro. That's the idea.
You're making me hungry already. All right, but you cannot eat without drinking. So the final pitch for tonight is sip together. Guys, if you are good to go, feel free to unmute yourselves and give the final pitch of tonight.
Thank you very much, Alex. Okay, do you see the screen?
Yes, I can see it and I can hear you beautifully.
Okay, perfect. So I will start. So we are Sip Together and we are currently developing an app. The problem is we are always up to date and swiping through our social media profiles or Instagram stories. But at the end of the day, this is not what really makes us happy. So because of Corona, many of us lost also friends. Actually, we want to meet or get to know friends or even completely new people, and not just virtually, but in the real life. So because of that, we programmed an app called Sit Together where you can find your friends, groups, or completely new people around you in the city where you are. And our business model, so how we make money, is to sell premium packages on a monthly subscription base. Also, bars, clubs, restaurants, etc. can publish their location and description for special events. And also we want to make cooperations with selected brands for a specific time period. So other apps are not really comparable because Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, and so on do not really make money because they connect people in the real life, because they make money out of advertisement and traffic. So they have another target, which is completely fine, but our target is like connecting people in the real life and not just virtually. And since the kickoff, we made our first prototype that you saw earlier. We are founding our GmbH. We have 2 new team members, Lorenz and Maximilian, and we got assistance from a SAP product manager. So I would be very happy if you vote for us, and you can ask me everything if you want to. Thank you. Okay, should I stop the screen?
Katharina is in need of a coffee.
What's your master plan? What kind of impact do you want to have? Is there any way that like my going out to the city once it's possible again will be different because of you?
Yeah, of course, because our target target seal is it to connect people into real life. So if you are in the city alone or with a small group and you want to do something with some other people, you can just go on the map and there you can see other, like your friends, other groups, or that's what's complete new people. And yeah, that's what we want.
How does your business model work? What are you doing? How do you think that you can earn money?
Yeah, first of all, the most important thing is that we get enough users. So we will focus on users and growth in the first year, and on the second year we will implement a premium package where users can buy premium for a monthly subscription base. And also what is thought is that restaurants, bars, etc. can publish their location for special events, for example, a karaoke evening, and they pay like 10 euros for that they publish the location, and everyone in the city can see, oh yeah, this bar has a karaoke evening tonight. So it's like a win-win-win situation for everyone, I think.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have another question? No. Okay. Oh, I think we made it. We made it through all the pitches. Congratulations, everybody. This is normally where, if this was a real event, we would have a massive rambling round of applause to be heard across the entirety of not only Karlsruhe, but Baden-Württemberg, if not Germany. So big kudos to everybody for staying sharp throughout the entire session, especially the jury, who did an incredible job asking pointed questions throughout the entirety of the session, staying fresh, staying awake, more so than I was able to, quite frankly. It was lovely seeing all the remarkable pitches, learning from all of them, and I'm sure everybody took away a lot from them. Now, however, is the part where the really interesting part of tonight starts. So what's going to happen in just a second is that the jury will leave this primary call and head on out. They will be moved by our team here to a breakout session where they will be in closed chambers with doors locked to consult on who the 10 winners of tonight's pitch competition startup thing are going to be. They will apply vigorous criteria and determine in a heated, I'm sure, debate who will move on to the Grow final. So we're going to give them about 45 minutes-ish to an hour. We'll see how long they're going to take. They're going to inform us. To make sure that you guys all won't be bored, we have some extraordinary entertainment for you for this next phase, however. So, quick heads up, all the jury members, you're going to be moved out of here in a second. Was lovely to see you. Looking forward to seeing you again in a second. And what everybody can also see right now is the special guest we have here on board now, Markus Schorn. He's been on board already for some time. I'm sorry we're running a bit late, but it's all just been too exciting for everybody to watch. Now, some of you might know him already, some of you might not. Markus Schorn is the co-author of this book here. It's the 10x DNA by Markus Schorn and Frank Thelen, the best-selling book here in Germany on the Spiegel bestseller list. And Markus Schorn, he is actually working in a think tank at Deutsche Telekom, consulting the CEO on the trends of the future that are going to shape the future of not the economy, not only of Germany, but the world, really. He has co-authored the 10x DNA, the mindset of the future, where they go really into explaining the exponential growth that we're going to see throughout technologies the next couple of years, which will transform the entirety of our economy, more so than anything in the last 100 years, quite frankly. But I'm not the best person to talk about this, quite frankly. Markus is. That is why I think I'm going to hand the word over to you. I'm not sure what your timeline is tonight. If you're keen, you can chat to us for 45 minutes. If you're on a bit of a tighter schedule, feel free to shorten it. We'd love to ask you some questions in the end as well. For that, how this is going to work is that everybody who would like to ask a question to Markus, ideally do that on Slido. So we used Slido in the beginning already to see, what you guys loved already about Grow and all those sorts of things. So if you want to ask a question, ideally you can do that right now. You head over back to slido.com and you enter the code that is midterm, slido.com midterm, and there you can use the Q&A feature to submit your questions, and I'm going to see them right here pop up on my iPad so I can ask them later to Markus. With that in mind, I think, Markus, I'm going to hand the word over to you. Flashes, wowers. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm trying to share my screen now. I enjoyed it so far, so it was worth being here earlier. I like the energy. So, nice. If you can hear me now,
beautifully.
Give me a brief shout. Perfect. I had some jitters during the pitches, but I will plow through anyhow. So, yeah. Thanks for the kind introduction. My name is Markus Schorn, and as you mentioned, I'm the co-author of the book 10x DNA, Mindset for a Thriving Future, with that guy that you might know, Frank Thielen. I know him for 12 years now, and we did some stuff together. But today I would like to tell you the red thread of the book, so the story of why the next 10 years will be the most crazy of all humankind, and why we will see more innovation, more technological progress in the next 10 years than in the last 100 years. This is the theme of the book. So just try, yeah, there we are. So the quote I like best here is by Justin Trudeau, who summarizes the current situation perfectly in it is that the pace of change has never been this fast, and yet it will never be this slow again. It encapsulates this age of exponential progress that we are living in. So, and the path of this exponential progress drills down to basically 4 main building blocks. And in the book, Frank and I drill down on these 4 things, but it all starts with the moon landing. So, and we chose this 10x theme because it was the theme that the engineers, the guys who were tasked with building a rocket to bring a man to the moon and back had to use to make it happen. So when President Kennedy gave out this order to bring a man to the moon and back to win the space race against the Russians in the 60s, all the rocket engineers said, wow, gosh, to be able to make this happen, the rockets need to be 10x better. And this was the birth, the origin story of 10x thinking, because they had to reimagine how rockets work. Every single screw, every single part of a rocket needed to be improved to make this happen. And out of this huge effort to make these innovations happen, they are, sorry, my slides are always jump back. Out of this Apollo project, the original first moonshot, there were lots of interesting companies spun out. One of them was Fairchild Semiconductor, and Fairchild developed a new gadgety thing called the microprocessor to revolutionize, to improve the steering of a Apollo rocket. And the founders of Fairchild then went on to found own companies, or found VCs and venture capital companies to bring this thinking of 10x not only to them but to the rest of the world. So people who might know one of the first engineers of Fairchild Semiconductor, it was Gordon Moore For example, he coined the term Moore's Law later. And he founded a company called Intel, which you might know. Other of the Fairchild founders later became venture capitalists for founded companies like Kleiner Perkins or Sequoia, who then founded companies like, or invested in companies like Apple or Google or Sun. So you can see in this, let's say, family tree of the Silicon Valley, how it all inherited this 10x DNA from the original Fairchild team. And during our research, we saw this thinking that the Fairchild guys incorporated in the past. It was inherited to all the large companies in the Silicon Valley. So we are entering now this next era, this 10x era. And to really understand why the next 10 years will be totally crazy in terms of innovation, we explain it in the book in these 4 chapters. First are the laws behind 10x. There are, let's say, physical and even business laws involved. Then there's a digital base where that is established, where the whole new world will build upon. There are new tools ready to come into the market. And then there's this mindset, how to think 10x, what are the tools or the mental models used by great innovators. So let's start with the first one, the laws behind 10x. So there are 3 laws who really drive innovation, and all of them are equally important. First of all is Moore's Law, which is the most common, the most known about it. Gordon Moore, the founder of Intel and one of the Fairchild 8, coined this term, saying, look, the amount of micro or transistors which can be incorporated on a microprocessor double every 2 years. So this was exponential growth in computing power. And this led to the computer age, so to say, the microprocessor age. And it was one of the common terms in especially in the 90s was for developers, if computing power is the only thing that prevents you from solving a hard computer problem, just wait a few months, because computing power grows exponentially and time will solve this problem for you. But there are some thoughts right now, some people saying, look, Gordon, the Moore's Law is at the physical limit, because the transistors are getting so small that they cannot really fork the electrons, so that needed to switch between 1 and 0. So there are physical boundaries, but with new computing power, new CPUs, GPUs, special AI processors, quantum computers coming around, the idea, the philosophy of Moore's Law that computing power rises exponentially is still valid and intact, and will keep intact for a long time. So do not worry that Moore's Law comes to an end, but this computing power rises exponentially is still valid and strong. The second one, it's a bit of the forgotten child in this important laws. It's around since the 1920s. And in Germany, we have this boring word of Kostendegression, Stückkostendegression, some might know it. It's that the cost of critical parts, or the production price per unit, decreases with the production amount doubled. So when you double the production amount, the cost to produce a piece of hardware, for example, they decrease. And you might say, why is this important? Because we are a software or an innovation bunch. This law is behind stuff like Gmail or stuff like Tesla. For example, when the Gmail guys, when they launched their product, they gave every user 1 gigabyte of storage for free. And their competitors at the time, the Microsofts, the Hotmails and all the guys, they said, whoa, how can they afford it? Because 1 gigabyte per user was extremely expensive at that time. But the Google guys bet on Wright's law, and by the time they they scaled to 1 million users, the costs of storage came down so that they did not have to worry about the price anymore. And the same with Tesla. When Elon built his first prototype of Tesla, the biggest obstacle to electric cars were the batteries, the cost of batteries. But looking in another industry, the rise of laptops led to an overproduction of laptop batteries, and Elon used laptop batteries to build his first prototype, using the economies of scale of another industry to build his own prototype. So you can see how Wright's law makes disruptive innovation, or allows disruptive innovation a jump from one industry to another. So never underestimate it. Third one in this is Kurzweil's law. Ray Kurzweil, the chief futurist or thinker of Google, or Alphabet now. It's basically pretty simple, but not less strong than the other ones. It's every generation of new researchers build on the knowledge, or can use the knowledge of the predecessors, and they have better tools. So every generation of let's say, as an example, the first guy who invented the microprocessor had a pencil and a paper. The guy who invented the next generation of microprocessors had already a calculator, a mechanical or electronical. So more and more scientists with even better tools around the world guarantee that will be more and more innovation. So these are the, let's say, fundamental laws behind innovation. Next one, yep. So the next one is the digital base, which now the next phase 2 of digital or disruption builds upon. And for you guys, it's I bet pretty obvious, but when I have this conversation with CEOs and managing directors of Mittelstand companies, it's not really in their DNA already. So first, everything is digital, or everything can be digitized. It's important to understand the voice, video, location, GPS data, sensor data. Everything can be digitized. And then this is especially then important in connection with the next one, is everything that is digital can be connected to other things. Everything can be processed digitally via a computer. So these are very fundamental thoughts of products in the new age. And then the third one is the stuff that you all saw while in the emerge of the smartphone era. You know, everything can be combined. Everything that is digital and can be connected can be combined in a new way to form new products. You know, take Uber, for example. Uber is a combination of a physical good like a taxi or a car with a GPS, which is available on a smartphone, which you can just push a button and call a cab and pay it through the mobile phone. So all these different products, GPS, Google Maps, a taxi, and a smartphone, which is connected to the internet, led to a new product like Uber, for example. So this combination of digital things was a main driver of the technological or innovation we saw in the last 10 to 15 years. The next one is a bit newer, and everything is software. So most products these days should have some kind of software component. Tesla, again, a leader in this, is they roll out new software on their cars, let's say every week or so. And what's important to know if you will become a product manager, for example, in the future, a software product is never done. Software products can always be improved and can always be updated. And it's a different mindset, a different thinking behind software products than let's say building physical stuff that is on the shelf and you cannot update anymore. Next one is everything is virtual. So virtuality taps into a bit in this software theme. Like everything can be available anywhere in an instant. So distribution of software is no issue, no boundary anymore. And then when you do an app today, which you are pitched before, you can roll it out to New York, to Australia, or whatever tomorrow morning. So virtual goods can be distributed globally in an instant. And the last one of this here is everything is scalable. Another mindset shift that we saw in the last 10 years was the cloudification, so the emergence of cloud software solutions. So in the past, when you did a startup, you had to fork over some 100,000 euros to build a good software and hardware stack first in your cellar or in your basement to buy the servers, to buy the infrastructure. But with services like AWS or Google Cloud or Azure, you have access to world-class infrastructure. Everybody has access to world-class infrastructure, being a startup or being a large-scale corporation. If you start a company Monday morning, Monday afternoon, you have access to scalable, globally available infrastructure. And this means that innovation, software innovation, can come from everywhere now. And this is for large corporations a big deal. Now they do not have to scan the market on what their competitor in the city next door, so to say, is doing. But innovation could come from Indonesia, from India, from the US, everywhere. So this is another kind of different kind of thinking involved in this digital age. Yep. So in the 10x era 1.0, which you experienced in the last, let's say, 15 years, there were 4 main technologies driving all these outstanding innovations. The microprocessors, the internet was a huge shift from information distribution, cloudification, and then the smartphone untying the internet from the desktop computers into the real world. So this was 4 technologies totally changing society. Yeah, but now we see 8 new technologies coming into the market that are each of this technology has the potential to change whole industries. So on the one hand is artificial intelligence, then there's blockchain, robotics / automatization, 3D printing, 5G, IoT, edge computing. As a telco guy, I always put them together somehow because 5G enables low latency and more active devices. And these are, of course, prerequisites for IoT and edge computing. Synthetic biology, you all see it right now happening on the COVID front, for example. The vaccines that are currently being distributed are mRNA or messenger RNA vaccines only being possible through synthetic biology. And this is my personal dark horse, or for the next 10 years, this will be larger than the app stores and the iPhones and the smartphone revolution in terms of value created. Energy storage, another important technology. If we want to win this climate change battle, then we have to find ways to store renewable energy in a large grid or in a large scale. Sensors together with IoT, important. And just let me see if I have the slides here. Yep. So each of these technologies that are entering the market right now for itself have a potential to be industry disrupting. Yeah, but these technologies are also born digital, so that they are born in this new era of digitization, and they can be combined. And this is an even bigger story, because, for example, take quantum computer allow to totally new artificial intelligence models, which then help synthetic biology, which really relies on artificial intelligence to come up with new proteins, with new Wirkstoffe, as I say. So you see that they amplify each other, and this amplification will lead to even larger innovations and larger breakthroughs on technologies. So some examples which we also have in the book on what will change in the society. So we wanted the book to be also really understandable for everybody and every ordinary normal people. So we had some research the most interesting examples on what will change through new technologies in different areas of life, so in different areas of society. And one is the mobility. I think this is the easiest to understand. Is this electrification, for example, the e-car revolution is happening right now. So I think we're on this turning point now where e-cars will now from now on take over combustion engines. Tesla being only one driver of this, but if you look at other companies now and their roadmaps, I think we are on the turning point to e-mobility. The next autonomy, self-driving or semi-self-driving cars, they have, of course, the potential to disrupt whole transportation industries, or enabling new business models like autonomous taxi services without drivers, for example. And you start to see the not only the first order effects of these technologies, but the second and third order effects. So with e-cars, you do not need fuel stations, gas stations anymore. What will happen with them? What will happen with Shell or BP and other companies? What will happen to Saudi Arabia? And these shifts, for example, with a small, let's say, innovation like electric cars, they have huge impacts on second and third order fronts. Third one here, new transport modes. It's another interesting change we see on the horizon. You are surely all aware with this Flugtaxis things, the volocopters or the Liliums. What's interesting with Lilium, for example, it's a vertically starting landing electric plane, so to say. And when I had a chat with Daniel, one of the founders, and Tom Enders, the CEO of Airbus, a few years ago, it really dawned on Tom Enders that a Lilium jet does not need infrastructure. So you do not have to build cars, you do not roads, you do not have to build rails. So you just need a place to start and land this thing with a power plug to charge it, but then you are free to go. And this is the thing that most people do not realize with these new technologies. There are no really rollout boundaries for these flying things anymore. And it will be impact hugely how people or where people want to live, for example. If you can just an hour flight for 100 or 200 kilometers away, you could choose different places to live, for example. If you want to live or work in Munich, for example, you can live somewhere else. Multimodal transportations is a mixture or a combination of different ways of transportation. So there is, for example, blockchain, a central enabler technology involved. Imagine you want to go from A to B, but an artificial intelligence based on a blockchain data sharing platform could give you the best route covering more than one transportation mode. So it could be the subway, a rental car, a rental bike, an e-scooter, all these different ways of transportation put into one platform to bring you or give you the best way from A to B. And these are all the glimpses how these technologies you see on the top can change large chunks of society. Next. So another interesting revolution just around the corner is in the food space. So you surely are aware on alternative proteins like Beyond Meat or Impossible Burgers, and even traditional German companies like Rügenwalder or Mühle, that they do more than 50% of their revenues now with plant-based proteins that look and feel more like meat, and it's a huge trend. Which will change the way how we eat, of course, but also will change the way the agricultural industry will work. Next one on the bottom left hand, cultured meat. So growing flesh cells, meat cells in bioreactors. So you do not need to breed and slaughter animals anymore. Just culture or breed the meat in a dedicated bioreactor. There was a lot of startups are in this space trying to cultivate pork or chicken or beef, tuna fish, all different kind of meats, or milk even on animal proteins. And last week there was the first milestone here, was that I think it was Singapore who gave a regulatory allowance to sell cultured meat as meat in restaurants. So this will be the next floodgate opened to a new food revolution. Farm tech, and also interesting thinking behind is one of the farming industry is one of the first adapters or first implementers of artificial intelligence. You wouldn't think about it, but there are very interesting use cases in for image recognition, for example, in farm tech. One Irish farm used face recognition for cows, so that the AI scanning all the cows, if they have eaten enough, if they behave somewhere strange, if everything is okay with them, was a very interesting use case for face recognition technologies for cows, but also for real-time analysis of field data. So when you bring out pesticides, for example, you do not want to spray too much, and with real-time image recognitions tied to the spraying machine, you could just spray the pesticide there where there is Unkraut, sorry for the German word. Yeah, you just spray where the pesticide is needed, but not everyone else. So and for the farmers, it's interesting. It saves them 90% of the pesticides. And for the environment, this is great as well, because you use 90% less pesticides. And here you can see how new technologies can be used beneficially, not only from a business point of view, but also from an environmental point of view. And this is then a win-win-win combination for all involved. So next one. Okay, let's see how we went time. Yeah, we are in time. This one is a bit of a one, which is not in the book yet. Smile, wink. We analyzed how the big innovators like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Steve Jobs or others, how they think, how they try to tackle problems. And when we did this, Frank and I came up with a framework for innovation. So it's not only this one here, it's all of you, and this is what I heard earlier, was that you all have passion for your idea, the problem you want to solve, the product you want to bring into the market. So passion is the first, let's say, the first requirement to bringing a truly outstanding innovation to market. And it was encapsulated here pretty good by this quote from Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, a German philosopher. Passion is the basis of all innovation. But on the other hand, you need more than passion. You need these three different areas to somehow bring them together to build truly disruptive innovation. Yeah, on the first, you need new insights. So what is it? What problem you want to solve, or what pain points users have? What is it that you want to build to really help people? Yeah. For this, you could incorporate new approaches. You can think about new business models, new ways of doing things. And on the bottom left, you could try to use new technologies that just came about recently to solve these problems. So truly disruptive innovation uses all these three areas, and all the really disruptive stuff happens in the middle of this diagram. And when we analyze the way how, for example, Amazon or Tesla or Elon innovates, you see a bit of a theme for all these guys. So on the bottom left, Astro Teller, the chief moonshot captain for Google, head of Alphabet X, this moonshot factory for Google. They like to toy around with new stuff, with new ideas, with new technologies that are just about to become available. And they try or start with technologies and try to build something that really addresses huge problems for society. Then on the bottom right, it's Elon. He really excels in this new approaches thing. He's the most renowned living expert on first principles thinking. And I give you a tip, if you have not done so, look at the last presentation on the last Battery Day presentation Elon did for Tesla. It was a few weeks ago. There you can see first principle thinking at work. He drills down a problem down to the fundamental physical limitations, the questions, and then tries to solve these fundamental issues. And it was really, really excellent display of first principle thinking if you look at the Battery Day presentation. And on the top of this, Amazon, Jeff Bezos, he likes to start with customers. So he likes to start with what insights do we have? What can we solve for users? And when Amazon starts a new project or embarks on a new product journey, they write a press announcement, a fake press announcement on what they built, so that everybody can imagine what problem the user problem this new product will solve before even starting to build this. So they start basically from the end and then work their way towards this solution. And for every area here, being it insights, being it approaches, being it technologies, there are dedicated tools, frameworks, ways of thinking that help you with coming up with interesting solutions in the respective areas. The technology stuff we covered in the book. So this is being it automatization, being it artificial intelligence, quantum computing, synthetic biology like CRISPR, for example. These technology bit is fairly covered. But then the bringing this to market, building something new with these new technologies, there are different ways of doing this. For example, for new insight, there's a disruption mapping. Basically, it's a tool for where you very structurally look at effects, disruption effects on second and third order effects that will happen. You can pretty confidently forecast what will happen if you really work smartly on a disruption map, for example. And then you see problems arising or market opportunities arising, and then you can build new products for stuff that will happen in the future. Other stuff usually done in universities is jobs to be done by Clayton Christensen. What really want to drill down, what really what problem you're really solving for the consumer, because this is not all very obvious most of the times. These are just examples for the tools in the area of new insights. Yep, I cannot flip. Yeah. So and then, as mentioned earlier, the dedicated tools to build new approaches, to build new go-to-market stuff, to build new ways of solving problems. This is first principle thinking, as mentioned earlier. Another one that you might be familiar with is this business model canvas by Strategizer, where you really map out the whole ecosystem of your product or your industry, and see which assumptions you can change to go to market differently. Yeah. So, and here are 3 examples of new business paradigms of the 10x era. This is the stuff that we came about when we analyzed the place of Amazon and other players, what they are really doing different than anybody else. And this is not really obvious and not really discussed in all this mainstream business books. So this one is interesting from Amazon, pretty old, 2015, but it's interesting to really get the insight. So if you look on the left, is the Amazon income statement from 2005 and their cost structure on production costs, product costs, and shipping costs, and all this stuff. And the really great thing from Jeff Bezos and the Amazon team with their opening up their businesses, opening or making APIs that are available for external partners, is that it allowed them to turn all internal cost drivers into revenue centers. So for them, the Amazon Web Services, in the first thing, it was for them just a way to rent out over capacities. That they had to buy servers for the insane Christmas business, but these servers just were underused in the summer months, so they rented out server capacity. Or take Amazon payments or fulfillment. If we have a huge storage space, a warehouse, and it's not full, why not rent out this warehouse to other shops as well? So by thinking as a platform, but also combining this with this thinking of opening up APIs for the outside world, it allowed them to turn cost drivers into revenue drivers. And they are now making, or last year they did $85 billion of revenues just with their internal cost centers, so to say. It's beyond this platform play. Yes, Amazon is a platform, people can sell, or even other retailers can sell on Amazon, but the true magic is this thinking of turning costs into revenue as well. Next one. Another example here is from Tesla. It's another shift of how business is done today. So today, if you're a car company, you have gazillions of Zulieferer, suppliers. You have the Continentals, the Schaefflers, and all the other, the Bosch guys who provide all the parts to the BMWs and the Daimlers and the Volkswagens. And the traditional car companies excel at putting this stuff together. This is the main USP or the what they optimized for is putting stuff together. Tesla has a very deep integration or very deep or a large share of stuff they do themselves. And Elon really made sure that all critical technology, all critical infrastructure is made by Tesla companies. And then he invested in critical infrastructure companies for them. So, and you see it in his tweet here, every product line and new production system was invented by Tesla. Instead of playing chess with the same pieces as everybody else, create new pieces. And this is the reason why Tesla has is years ahead on battery technologies. And again, first principle thinking, they do not are not only ahead on battery technologies, but they have even secured rights to farm lithium or farm lithium from fields in the US, because the lithium that he could buy on the open market did not match the requirements they needed for their battery production. So in order to have a better battery production, a more efficient battery production, they need to mine their own lithium. And this is the thing how Elon thinks. It's totally different than a CEO of BMW or Daimler thinks. And this makes Tesla very fast, because they cannot, or Daimler is reliant on stuff that Bosch or Continental are coming up with. Tesla can come up with new technologies and roll it out in an instant on their new on their own factories. And here again on this first principle thinking, I think I just skip this from a timing perspective, but you see just briefly here how he drills down the problem of we need cheaper batteries into, okay, better form factor, better production process, different anode and cathode materials, and how the cell itself is built into the car. So it's not a separate unit anymore, but it becomes an infrastructure or an integrated part of the car, and the savings he achieves through this other way of building batteries. Here one a bit south of you in Munich, it's Lilium, this flying car, Flugtaxis, as Doro Bär calls them, company or startup that is now being built in Munich. Is interesting about their approach is they will not sell planes. They will sell convenient travel to airports, to large cities. And for this, they are not only now building the planes, but securing the first contracts for these vertiports, for these, let's say, train stations for their service, which is close to Disneyland or to airports. And they are now secured deals with Lufthansa to educate the pilots, for example, for these Lilium jets. And it's a different way of thinking about the ecosystem. So the plane is not the product anymore. The whole ecosystem is the product that you sell. Another important way to think in this new digital era. So digitization was just the beginning, and the biggest revolution for mankind starts now. I hope you are still energized, and yeah, open for questions.
All right, thank you so much, Markus, for that fantastic insight and giving us some idea of what your book also is about. So so again, first off, for the questions, ideally, please guys, use a Slido to submit them. Chris, if you can just switch on the Slido thing for a second. So if you just head on over to slido.com and enter the code midterm, this is where you can submit your question, and I will see it right here on my iPad, so I can ask them to Markus. In the meantime, whilst we're waiting for questions to pop up, again, at slido.com, midterm, it's the same thing as before. Same thing as before. In the meantime, Markus, what I want to ask you is that, that whole idea of 10x and all the different technologies that play a role here is what it reminded me of a lot is also that book by Grant Cardone, the 10x rule, which is all about, success is like a must-have, it's not an option. You have to take massive action, and you have to also judge the effort that you have to take going into a project. And that, I think, is really interesting insights for people who are, starting up, essentially, right? Pursuing success, like most of the people in this call. Now, you guys are pursuing a whole different approach, obviously, which is nonetheless really valuable into those insights. So the real question I have right now for you maybe is what do you want the people to take away from this talk, really, which they can now implement, also looking at the process they're in here at Grow to really get their project off the ground?
Yeah. I think there are three main messages for entrepreneurs, for startup guys out of this book. One is believe in these laws of 10x. Believe in Wright's law. Without Wright's law, Gmail would not have happened, or even Tesla would not have happened. Yeah, imagine or trust that this critical costs of parts will go down in the future. This is one thing. You have to believe in these 10x laws. The other thing is dare to think bigger in this 10x way is, or there's this quote from Astro Teller, from the Google guy I mentioned earlier, is it's often easier to make a product 10 times better than 10% better. So this 10% better approach is, how we can optimize here a bit, and then how can we tweak the engine here to save 3% on fuel consumption. But if you really going take a step back and see, is this combustion engine thing even worth anymore? Why not go for battery or electricity? Then you can make products 10x better. Yeah. And the third thing is the stuff I showed you the last half of the presentation is the different areas of how innovation, or the bases that need to be covered for truly innovation. This is this, you need this insights. You need to be aware of new technologies that are available to solve these problems. And the third one is then the build new approaches, find new ways to solve the problem. This is the three things that I think are essential for founders in this.
Beautiful. So one question that we had pop up just now as well was, which kind of education should we get to prepare for the future that you just described? And which fields do you reckon in terms of education are also going away? Because a lot of the people in this call right now are in their studies or maybe looking to get a master's degree somewhere. What do you reckon is a good way to explore here?
Yeah. Two things on that. One is, of course, study the stuff that you are really burning and interested in or burning for. This is the first thing that is important. And the other one, being some kind of a hybrid in fields. So when you look at all the large VCs now, Sequoia and Andreessen Horowitz, they usually invest in let's say founders that have 2 degrees, one in computer science, one in chemistry or biology, and innovation really happens at these intersections of fields. So great software engineer doing stuff for synthetic biology, and there is would be my recommendation of one is this first area where you're really passionate about to study this stuff, and then try to add some stuff on the edges from a different field like biology, chemistry, whatever, other science topics as well. Or if you're a scientist, add some computer stuff or whatever. Yeah. So this hybrid thinking is truly important.
Nice. I appreciate that, because especially all the KIT people here in Karlsruhe, I think they were hoping just like become an engineer, but I like the answer that it's not quite as simple as that. I saw some the question that just popped up just now. It is, do you think our privacy and data laws will be hindering Germany, and I reckon also just Europe in general, to really be on the forefront of tech developments? And I just remember seeing, I think, my Facebook Messenger today or yesterday, having a message there was like, oh, we have to disable some features because of, well, the EU. So thank you for that. Do you reckon we are behind there in terms of what we're doing in politics?
Yes and no. So on the one hand, the big issue is these data protection laws are some kind of luxury, which we can only allow us to have if we are still in Europe a strong player, a strong economically relevant player. And this was one of the reasons why we wrote this book too. Also, is we see the emergence of US with large companies. We see China now with Tencent, Baidu, TikTok, all this stuff, and they are now really on a rise. And if Europe wants to really enforce their data protection laws or any other, let's say, European way of thinking on a world stage, Europe needs to be or stay economically relevant. So this is how I would want to answer this.
You're a good politician. You're a good politician. No, this was really good. So and so this is also, I think, the question is really interesting because like a lot of the people, quite frankly, almost everybody in this call are really at the beginning of their careers. You're somebody who has seen the highest levels of executives. And the question here is, what do you say are the 3 top characteristics of a successful CEO? Or like, I think more broadly, like what sort of traits should people now at the early stages of their careers develop to really have that successful leadership career?
Yeah. This is VIS here. I thought it was Kit. No, on the CEO thing. All the
students here still.
Yeah. So on the CEO thing is a really a broad knowledge. It is what I see with Tim, for example. Tim Höttges, he's very curious, always trying to understand things really. So not just or Jeff Bezos put it away. He said, do not manage by proxies, and proxies are just placeholder processes and all this stuff. And then make sure you truly understand things. Make sure you stay curious and have a broad view on all this different topics. This is one thing. From finance to technology, from marketing, sales, or all the different corporate functions, you need to have a deeper understanding on this.
Nice. Now, one more question I saw pop up here, and I think this is really interesting because what you're doing a lot is look into the future and how those technologies are developing. And the main dominating force over the last, say, decade has really been Silicon Valley in driving that process, it feels. So the question here is, do you think that Silicon Valley or America in general can still be called the leader standing at the forefront of startups and tech development? And I think that question also goes into like just how incredibly ambitious, progressive, and bold China and India are these days, and how they're progressing in those roles. Do you think USA is still the leader there?
They still have some, let's say, gravitation, so they are not really the leader anymore. It's now more evenly distributed. For example, if you look at take Shenzhen for hardware, or what happens around the Peking AI campus, this is what I meant earlier with this innovation now can come from anywhere because of cloudification and all these kind of things. Usually startups tend to look west when they start in Europe, tend to look to the US because language barrier is easier there, of course, and it's a huge market. But it tends to shift a bit. And if you look at Europe again, one of the leading vaccine developers came from Mainz, BioNTech. Yeah, we still have an edge here in Europe on groundbreaking science, like the Fraunhofers and the Max Plancks and all the guys. We just need to make sure to somehow keep these companies then in Europe, to build them in Europe. Yeah, this is the thing.
Interesting. All right. Thank you so much for that. Now, we have gone through our 15 minutes of Q&A, and I know the jury is actually back with us now. But before we let you go, Markus, I want to just share one more comment with you that popped up here, and it's top ranked right now. Not a question, but please tell Markus, thank you for his talk. It was really insightful. And I think that's something that everybody in this call can echo. We really loved hearing that insight. And I'm sure there's going to be a couple people picking it up or picking it up for a friend for Christmas now, since Amazon Prime is still delivering in time. Or like your local bookshops, support your local.
It's available there as well. Yeah. Thanks
so
for the invite. Thank you for the invite. I hope I inspired you a bit to continue on your startup journey. And yeah, reach out on LinkedIn if you like. So I'm there. So if you have any more questions.
Awesome. Well, get ready to get 94 plus 30.
Yeah. Good.
All right. Have a beautiful evening. See you, Markus.
Thank you. I have to go. Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, 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 well. Here we are, back, and the jury is back. And what that means is that I do here have a list of 10 startups who have made it. Oh no, where's it gone? Oh, Tony. Yeah, all right. I almost lost it there. Right, we have a list of 10 startups who have made it onto the final. And the way we're going to do this now, I don't want to keep you guys too much on the edge. We still have the Blinkist competition thing, but we're going to do that after we announce the winners so that we also can let the jury go. But afterwards, we're going to do that just to have a nice and funny ending to this evening. But the way this is going to work now is that I'm going to announce one winner after the other, and each winner or each startup progressing to the next stage will get a quick feedback also for why they have they're going to have made that step and what was so special about their pitch or their progress now during this tonight. So without any further ado, are you guys ready? I think you are. All right, I see a thumbs up from Kanze. All right. So the first one to make it onto the final is Data Flares. Congratulations. And we have Sebastian sharing some feedback for them.
Yes, it's my honor to welcome you to the final. Actually, well, we were actually pretty compelled by your vision to pursue privacy through confusion, doing controlled simulation, and also you already had thoughts about your business model. And we would like to see how you progress towards product market fit in the finals. So congratulations there.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for this chance and also for the feedback. We're happy to be here.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations. I will add that this is not in any particular order now. It's just how they show up on my iPad. Now, a startup which I nearly missed earlier, making it to the final is Tragged. Congratulations, and again, Sebastian, letting you know why you won.
Yeah, once again, my pleasure. Talking about Tragged, really, it's a fascinating, but also a topic that has momentum nowadays. Like if you are considering shop floors, Industry 4.0, IoT things, and we are really looking forward that you're tackling these challenges, especially for SMEs, and we think that you would have a really strong also geographical advantage here in the region. So best of success to you guys, and we will look onwards. What are the next accounts that you can close for the upcoming final?
Nice. All right. With
Thank
that,
you very much. We're very proud of that.
Congrats, Max. All right. So I quite vividly remember this pitch now. It was quite early on, I think, in the sustainability section. And the next startup, the third one, making it onto the final is Discover E. And Michael Becker is going to tell you why you're awesome.
Yes, congratulations to the team. We thought it's a really actual problem, and the sharing the energy with the charging stations is a good idea. You have a big team, and you made a lot of progress within the last weeks, and we are really interested in the progress to the next step, to the final, and we congratulate you to the success today, and welcome to the finals.
Thank you very much for your feedback.
Nice. All right, beautiful. So next up, it is a startup who have a funny name, who have seemed to have made remarkable progress over the last 4 weeks. Their name is Hoo-Hoo. Hoo-Hoo. Yeah. Anyway, Katarina, do you want to tell us why they were good?
Yeah, thank you. So welcome to the finals, Hoo-Hoo. We were quite impressed with you. I was particularly impressed with your dedication, and I think you also got a really cool marketing lady up front. So good, well done, techies, also for this progress. I think you're tackling an important challenge, and you've managed to make it a business case, which is not easy to come by, and it's not like a simple idea. I think you've made quite some experience in the process, and I look forward to what you will be presenting to us at the finals.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Good job, guys. Now, this one is a startup which, we're not playing favors, obviously, but those guys are, I'm starting to like them. And last time they were quite successful already. I remember distinctly their Instagram story after the event, eating delicious pizza, not Indian food. Well, the next startup to make it through is Linz. Congratulations, guys. And well, Orestes, do you wanna tell them why they were good? Orestes,
this is your chance to practice your British accent now.
Oh, he was just unmuted. Fighting the technology, battling Zoom.
Okay, so is this my chance to speak a good, decent British English?
This is your opportunity. I'd love to hear.
Okay, so I will try to. So we were quite convinced by the overall interesting approach that they had of connecting the Indian culture and the food culture with our culture. It was about organic food, which we liked. It was about fair trade to some extent, if I get it right, connecting with rural India. And I think in particular in days where we all in home office have to, get to the kitchen to get something to eat, it may be an interesting thing to package something interesting and enable us and empower us to do that. And moreover, and maybe as a last point, we thought that the team was convincing, that they really liked what they did and that they were committed to it. So this was why we said they should be part of the finalists. So congratulations from my side.
Nice, congratulations. So here in the PG, once COVID is over, we have 2 hot plates here. I want to taste some of their Indian food. It's going to be after the finals, but you guys are going to have to swing by and let us taste some of that.
Sure.
Some of that curry, whatever you guys make. All right, we are now on to, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 6, and I was just twitching here on the spot because I was thinking, earlier I made a really funny joke, but it was not that funny. But right now, I almost sent Chris over to our attic here, over there, where we have a nice toolbox. And I wanted to now make the joke that I actually do have a hammer now, because the next winner is Mothor. Congratulations. Michael Beckett, do you want to tell them why they did so good?
Yes, sure. So I'm responsible for all those things, I think, tonight. Now we come to the e-bikes, and we really thought it's a good idea. And e-bikes is a huge market at the moment, especially at Corona times. And so you want to solve a problem. What we think, you answered the questions in a quite good manner. So we thought there is progress, but we really want to know, as the jury, how is the business model going on? And that's a thing what we want to know in the final, and you should work on that. And we are really interested in your progress.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. We just needed a lot of time to explain the whole business model, so we just made it as quick as possible.
Sure.
Well, you've got some more time to prepare for the next pitches, and I reckon they're going to be a bit longer in the final as well. Now, I think you guys will have to rename your startup, because earlier I misread it, and now it's actually written the way I misread it on whatever they sent me. So the next winner is Kermit and Schorn. Katharina, do you want to tell them why they were so great?
Of course.
Just
a small reminder. I think you missed like one startup. But yeah, you can go back to that. So Kermit and Schorn, I think you have a fantastic idea. It's also one that's not easily come by. So you have market knowledge, you are involved in the topic, and you see the relevance. It has a huge relevance, and I believe it has a large potential for impact. but also for business as well. And it's not just one country that you're building a solution for, potentially it's a lot of other countries as well. So cheers to you. You are tackling like a really big challenge in a field that you're not like you're not educated in, like from a professional perspective, but you're still tackling the challenge. I find it great and inspiring that you do, and I want to see where you go with it. So cheers to you, and the next step, of course, is the Grow Finals.
Thank you very much, and for giving the occasion to prove ourselves. And we are actually getting the knowledge we need, like building ourselves on this topic of insurances, to be sure that we can tackle this issue with the right way and the right manners and the right tools. So thank you again, and it's pleasant.
Nice, I love it. Awesome. So I don't think I actually skipped anybody, because I have 3 more startups on my list to go. So we should be all right. Now, the next one is one that I, quite frankly, was really impressed with the progress they've shown, and just the level of fidelity on where they are at. That's just been quite impressive, and the way they've presented themselves. I don't know what else to say. The next winner is, or the next progressor to the final is, co-leader Orestes. Do you want to share some insights into your decision?
Yes, of course I can do. I mean, it's when it comes to the performance of organizations, it's all about people, and it's all about leadership. So having a good quality of leadership is tremendously important. And I think what they spotted is, so there is a clear problem space in this, and I mean, they spotted a way of potentially solving that. Let's see whether it will work at the end of the day. But I think indeed the new media do offer opportunities to do that differently than in the way we did it so far. So that was, I think, 2 of the things where we thought it's an interesting idea to pursue. And then, of course, it was convincing in the way it was presented. I mean, it was clear that people had some experience. They had looked into certain details. They had explored, for instance, the willingness to pay and stuff like that. So we thought with all that, it's one of the teams that we would like to see in the finals. So congratulations to that team.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for your feedback.
Well done. Kudos, guys. All right, so we only have 2 to go. It is getting exciting. I don't have a drum or anything, but imagine a drum roll in the background. Imagine the tension rising in the room. Imagine the sweat running down all the startuppers' backs and hands now, all clammy and full of tension, not sure whether they're going to make it to the finals, or whether this is the night where they're just going to fall out into an abyss of glue right over Christmas. Well, hopefully not, even though, Anyway, so we've seen a massive increase in visual fidelity across a vast majority of pitches tonight compared to what we've seen last time. That's been so impressive. So a lot of design has happened. Now, one group that has been doing some impressive designing, not only in the realm of UI and visuals, has been the group, the startup, Fashion Made in Africa. Congrats, guys. And Michael Kimmich, do you want to say what you liked about them so much?
Yeah, congrats, first of all. Happy to have you in the finals. And I think what the jury and myself have been impressed so much is actually you're tackling a problem that really matters. It's about transparency of production. It's about the fairness in production itself. And I think you compared that with already a good local knowledge about the things you have to do to make that business model run and work. And especially we like the B2B approach, so that you not only produce one part or piece of fashion, but you open actually the door for others, like the labels, to produce in Africa. So I think, and we think it's a good way that you can make, and we are very much interested in how you go that way down the road to the finals, and what you can progress in that next weeks, and hopefully also afterwards.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Now, there's only one startup left that can make the cut. And that's, I think, actually the startup that we believed was missed in between. But I was assured now, by after that, they have been added back to the end, so we're all good. The final startup, and I reckon I'm going to have to go out and just get one of them sometime soon. The final startup that's made it onto the final of Grow 2020-2021 it's Joey Bag. Congrats. And it's again Michael Kimmich sharing some insights.
Yeah, I missed my bag somewhere. No, that problem can be solved anyway. So congrats that you're in the finals. We have been impressed also by the sustainability idea behind it and the environmental impact you can make. But actually, that counts for maybe many ideas we had in the pitches. But especially what you already have done in terms of progress, especially in terms of new turnover, addressing customers in a full pipeline, makes us very interested about the progress you can make. And yeah, actually, congrats to be in the final.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
And I love how you guys were just, you kept sitting there just next to each other through the entirety of the session. That was lovely to see. You were like somehow on my screen the entire time. It was like, anyway, those are our 10 winners, the 10 startups that have made it onto the final. I cannot wait to see your progress that you're going to make over the next couple of weeks. I would love to encourage everybody else to not be too disappointed, though. You guys are still going to be able to participate in the next workshops that are going to be running within the Grow context of Grow, and you will all still have the opportunity to really make your idea an extraordinary success. And we're looking forward to that taking place. Anyway, in the meantime, thank you also so much again to the jury, taking the time out of their day, which are obviously very busy. They're very successful people in all the different ways. Thank you so much for that. We're looking forward again, obviously, to seeing you at the final. If you want to hang around, we're going to be moving into our little pub quiz right now to just have an easy and chill end to the evening before we tell you guys what are the next events. But this has been the main part. Congratulations to all the competitors. Congratulations to all the jury members. It's been awesome.
And congratulations to the Pionier Garage for that great event. And congratulations to you for surviving this evening.
You don't want to know how much we've been drinking here in terms of Korbach.
Yeah. Thanks for this organization and thanks for having us. It was a pleasure to be with you tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah.
We can't wait for the finals. And really, all the teams that didn't make it, please don't be disappointed and just keep going. I'm sure you can come up with a lot of progress when you keep going.
All right. Thank you, Katarina.
Hey, thanks. Have a good evening.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. All the best.
All right. Let's hop on back to the slide. Chris, this is actually the cool part where you guys can now win a 1-year Blinkist subscription. Again, Blinkist is that really cool app that's going to make you smart. I'm definitely in need of that, but I won't be able to play tonight. But the idea is that essentially they bring you the knowledge of an entire book into a compact package for you to digest and become the next CEO who just, like all the CEOs, they don't read like 70 books a year. That's why I'm never going to be a CEO. But that's it. So it's going to be a convenient way. It's a convenient way of digesting all that crucial knowledge in the world. And the way it's going to work is that we're going to have a quick pub quiz with lots of like start-uppy questions. We're going to be doing that over in Miro. So if we now head on over, oh, not Miro, Slido. Oh, I'm completely confused. So let's start the quiz here. Join the quiz. So you guys head on over to slido.com if you aren't there yet and enter the code midterm. Everybody can participate. Yeah, seeing the first participants here already. So the way it's going to work is we're going to have, 13 questions. And it's going to be decided by whoever answers the most questions correctly. That's the most important thing, obviously, the most important measure. And the second most important thing is obviously the timing. So it's always going to be measured just how quickly you guys will answer all those questions. You guys have a time limit of maximum of 30 seconds to answer each respective question. But still, if you're faster, then that's going to be counting towards your favor. We're going to get a ranking right by the end of it. And we kindly ask you to have a more or less identifiable name here so we can later on know who is going to get that subscription to Blinkist. Whilst you are entering your names, I'm just going to run off and get myself a sip of Paulaner Spezi. They're not a sponsor, but they're awesome still. So, certificates. I'm getting a big sign which is saying certificates. So, just in case you guys didn't make it onto the final, but you would love a participation certificate that you were part of Grow and that you did awesome, then feel free to just drop us an email to the email address which you've been getting all the emails from anyway, and you will get a participation certificate personalized for you. All right. Oh no, my TV is going off in like 5 minutes. Okay, I think this should be fine now. All right, we have 30 people in, 31. All right, gonna give it just another quick second. And then we're going to be starting the quiz in just a moment. Interestingly, fun fact, whilst we're waiting, Slido has been acquired by Cisco, and they're going to be integrating that with WebEx at some point. So I reckon that's going to make the whole like video conferencing and virtual event space quite interesting in just a little bit. All right, we're at 32. It's been stagnating, so we're just going to get going. Start quiz. First question is, the designer of the Nike logo received for her design $35, nothing, a pair of sneakers, a voucher for Burger King. You have 22 seconds left. 20. Oops, sorry. Yes. It's too much on that Spezi. All right. So it's 9 seconds to go before we move on to see the results. All right, here we are. Chris, what have you done? Why have you taken it away? Give it back to me. All right, so most people voted $35. Let's see the correct answer. It is $35 indeed. Congratulations to all those people. In the end, she was compensated with a bit more, like she got some stocks and things, like 500 Nike shares. I reckon that's worth quite a lot now. All right, we're on to the next question. What did the Nokia company manufacture in the beginning? Was it calculators and pens, rubber boots and tires, sleds and skis? I'm looking forward to using my skis this weekend actually. Or chocolate and candy. What have they been producing in the beginning? All right. All the techies here, all the engineers going for calculators and pens, I see. All right. Let's see. Calculators and pens, 52%. And the right answer is rubber boots and tires. Well, that's going to be, I reckon, a quite distinguishing question by the end of it. Next question. What does ASOS stand for? As seen on screen, so this is, by the way, like an online shop. The initials of the founders, as seen on streets, or a sense of style. Maybe our like Fashion for Africa team is going to know about this. All right, 7 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we are. Let's see. Most of you as seen on screen, and I think that is the correct answer. Congratulations. There's some fashion experts in here. All right, we're going to go on to the next question. One of the biggest companies in the world started with the name Backrub. Which one is it? Is it Apple? Is it Google? Is it Microsoft? Or is it in fact Amazon? Nobody's going with Apple. Not skewing the results here at all. Some people, Microsoft, some Amazon. Most people went for Google. And what can I say? They are correct. So they didn't even mean to keep that name, but they were called Backrub, and then they were going to call it like Googlo or something. And then they mistyped, and then it was Google, and they were like, oh, this is actually cool. All right. Anyway, this is it. Who invented the World Wide Web? My dear techies, who was it? Ada Lovelace, Howard Aiken, Tim Berners-Lee, or Konrad Zuse. Howard Aiken actually kind of sounds like Jack Aiken, who's been driving a Formula One car the last 2 weeks ago for the Williams team in place of George Russell. There you know what my hobby is. Anyway, Tim Berners-Lee was the answer that most people checked, and it is indeed the correct answer. Here we go. All right. So next question, going on. Which car was the best-selling European plug-in electric vehicle in 2012? The Renault Zoe, the Volkswagen e-Golf, the BMW i3, or the Renault Twizy? This is interesting now. don't think you can see it on stream, but this has actually been interesting. So 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Here we are. Actually, so BMW i3, I think, came out in 2013. A car, by the way, which has horrible range. We have them at work. I don't know. I'm always scared they're going to run out of battery. Renault Zoe, it was a Twizy. It was a Twizy. But good guesses there. Next question. Let's go. Next question. Take one. What was eBay originally called? Electronic Bay, the end user bay, the entrepreneur bay, or Echo Bay? Hello, Echo. Echo. Echo Bay, Electronic Bay, End User Bay, Entrepreneur Bay. This is like the Entrepreneur Bay here. The Launchpad. I think Launchpad is a better name. Anyway, 1 second to go. Here we are. Results. Most people say Electronic Bay. But I think eBay has been around for long enough that electronics weren't that big of a deal yet. So the true answer, the right answer, is Echo Bay. There you go. That's some interesting bit of knowledge. This is interesting. A couple of years down the road, you guys are going to be all traded Nasdaq, German Stock Exchange and everything. But what does the Q in the American Stock Exchange, Nasdaq, stand for? Quantifications, quintuplicates, quotations, or quotabilities. So let's see who is like the next fintech expert here. I don't even know all those words. Let's see. Here we are. Most say quotations. I believe that was the right one. Congratulations. This one you guys got correct. Now, which brand was originally called Blue Ribbon Sports? Under Armour, Asics, Nike, or New Balance? So we've got 2 people here wearing Nikes. We've got 1 person here wearing New Balance. You know what's up. I don't know. In the US, they all make fun of New Balance wearing people that it's like dad's shoes. I quite like my New Balance wearing shoes though. Anyway, 2 seconds to go, 1 second to go. Let's see what the results are. Most of the people say Nike, and I think they're correct. Congratulations. Yes, Nike was originally called Blue Ribbon Sports. Good thing they renamed. Sounds a bit like Walmart, Blue Ribbon Sports. Anyway, which of those was named after the nickname of Denmark's and Norway's 10th century king, Harald Gromson? Linux, Bluetooth, IBM Watson, Wikipedia. Watson, yeah. Not Watson, maybe Watson, I don't know. I'm not skewing any results. I'm horrible. Okay, anyway, yes. So most people say Bluetooth, and it's obviously the correct answer. Well, not obviously, I wasn't sure. As we're moving on to the next question. So the Apple iPad, this device here, debuts the same year Google launches its driverless car and a Deepwater Horizon offshore oil platform explodes. Which year are we talking about? Which year did Google first have like a driverless car? The Deepwater Horizon offshore oil platform exploded, and we saw the Apple iPad for the first time in this world. Ooh, people are good. People are good. 2010, and it's right. Most people, yeah, I wasn't so sure about that. Anyway, how many, okay, so now we're on to the fun questions. How many liters of beer are drunk per capita per year in Germany? All right, let's see how this goes. Oh, people know this. I'm surprised. You guys are really good. All right, so results here, we are 100 liters, say 53%. And it's true. 100 liters, I break that down, it's like almost a liter every 3 days. That's insane. Next question. Bronchosema is an old Finnish measure of length. It measures what sort of distance? The distance to the next sauna, the distance to your neighbor's house, the shortest route to the other side of a frozen lake, Or, however, the distance a reindeer can walk without having to take a wee. The distance to your neighbor's house. It's like a Ned Flanders situation. The shortest route to the other side of a frozen lake. Interesting. So we only got 28 answers in, but people, again, are really good. What on earth? And apparently Tony told me earlier that it's like about 7 Ks. And then the thing is with reindeer, they cannot pee while walking, so they have to stop. And that's why this is obviously an essential measure. So just in case you do see Santa Claus around the corner standing there, stay away from him because his reindeers are all going to be taking a massive piss. All right. Now, the tension rises onto the leaderboard. Let's see who won this. Yangting L, congratulations. Is there a name we can work with, Tony?
You should send us a mail.
Can you send us an email, please, so we know, can be sure who you are. You were the only one who had 11 out of 13 questions right, which is impressive. I didn't have that many right. And he did it in an average time, and in a total time of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. So the fastest as well. Wow.
This guy was Googling.
I think it was. It was a team. It was a team effort. Anyway, all right. Let's go and wrap this up. Let's throw on the final couple of slides that we had for tonight that we had to still talk about. Chris, so the next workshops you guys have to be aware of. December 13th, there's a tax and legal workshop by the Pfluger Partner law firm. We're going to have a finance workshop by FMB January 25th, and a workshop on pitching by Technon on February 3rd. Those workshops are open to everybody, no matter whether you made it onto the final or whether you haven't. So feel free to join them and just learn a lot. Like we've heard tonight that a lot of people were able to take away things from those workshops that have already happened. And this is your chance really to go on now and, well, just learn a bit more and win the next competition. All right, what else do we have, Chris?
We're out of slides already.
We're out of slides! Well, that's it. Guys, thank you so much for hanging around. Thank you so much for joining the quiz. I hope you had a beautiful night. Thank you for all the inspiring and fun pitches we got to hear. Thank you for staying around with us. And I don't know what else to say. Oh, yes, there was one. Oh, yes. If you guys remember the pitch last time for the Bollerwagen with music and beer on it, the guy who did it actually asked me to also tell you guys about the other exciting things that are happening here at Pionier Garage. Yes, and one of the most exciting things is a Founders Night happening in February with the founder of CureVac, which is one of the companies that are like building a COVID vaccine right now. So really cool guy and really cool session that's going to be in February. However, this is not the only one. There's a lot more founders interviews like that. There's just been one with the founder of Blinkist, and there's a lot more to come. There's 2 ways for you guys to stay up to date with that. You can either go to the homepage of Pionier Garage, or you can also just follow us on Instagram, and you get the updates there. So that's at Pionier Garage, quite simple, at Pionier Garage. Yes, and everybody who wants to get a certificate for workshop or something, even though they didn't make it to the final, just send us an email. Is that about what you wanted me to tell? Say yes? All right, good. I just saw a big sign there over Tony's head. With that being said, I'm getting 2 thumbs up from Chris. Guys, thank you so much for sticking around. We hope you had a beautiful night. And I don't know, I can't wait to see you. Even if you didn't make it onto the final as a competitor, be sure to follow us and stick around to just watch and be part of it. I think it's going to be an incredible night to see all those pictures and see where we progressed. And with that, it's Piggy out. See you guys.